And welcome back to those of you who were with us yesterday. And a special welcome to those of you who are joining this morning. My name is David Souter. I'm a member of the organising committee, and I'll be introducing the sessions today. By way of background, I'm an independent researcher and writer on the digital society and its impact, and most of my work is for United Nations agencies. Now, we have 5 interesting and important sessions for you today, but before we get to those, a couple of housekeeping points. The platform you're using is called DigiLounge. If you're having any technical problems with that, you should alert the technical team using the chat tab. And this is meant to be an interactive forum. We really want to engage with our speakers and panelists. The way to do that is to ask questions or make comments using the Q&A tab, which is on the right of the screen. They'll then be relayed to me or to the chair of a particular session that you're watching. Don't wait until the end of the contributions to do that. Send questions in while speakers and panelists are talking, and we'll do the rest. So today there are 5 sessions. The opener today is a keynote from Yichong Tae from Ofcom, whom I'll introduce in a moment. This is a pre-recorded speech, but will be followed by live questions and answers. Then we have 3 sessions discussing crucial issues of the moment: preventing cybercrime, greening the internet, and tackling harmful content within the framework of freedom of expression. And we'll end the day with a wrap-up where I'll summarize some of the key points made during the day. There'll be networking breaks between sessions where you'll be taken to the virtual networking space where you started out today, and there you can chat with other participants. So I hope that's all clear. The first session is a pre-recorded presentation by Yichong Tae, Group Director for Strategy and Research at Ofcom. It's an important part of these annual fora to hear from Ofcom about some of the latest research on the underlying state of play on the internet in the UK. The more we know about that, the better informed our discussions are going to be. Yichong Tae has been a director and more recently group director at Ofcom for almost 15 years. He's worked on a wide variety of issues concerned with digital markets, and his presentation this morning is responding to 2 recent Ofcom reports, Online Nation and Internet Futures, which provide context to the discussions we're having this week. Please do put your questions and comments in the Q&A while he is speaking. I will hand over to that presentation now.
Good morning. I'm delighted to join the IGF this morning as we think about the future of the internet. Rather than offering any grand predictions about the shape of things to come, I thought it might be a good opportunity to share a few of the key findings from 2 recent Ofcom publications. Firstly, Online Nation, which provides some insight into how people live their lives online in the UK. And secondly, Technology Futures, which puts a spotlight on the technologies which may influence the internet of the future. I'll then share some thoughts on how the 2 realities of people becoming increasingly dependent on the internet for more and more aspects of their lives and the rapid pace of technological change are shaping Ofcom's approach as the communications regulator and as the future online safety regulator. So, starting with our attitudes and behaviours, let me highlight 3 key aspects of being an online nation. Firstly, we spend an enormous amount of time online and rely on internet services for virtually all aspects of our lives. How we communicate, how we find information, how we shop, educate and entertain ourselves. And of course, the pandemic has increased our dependency and, in some cases, reoriented our use of the internet. By the end of 2020, about 94% of UK homes had internet access, up from about 89% in 2019. And those of us online spent, on average, more than a quarter of our waking hours online in 2020 via smartphones, tablets and computers. Unsurprisingly, our time peaked online during the lockdowns. The amount of broadband data we use in the UK doubled. So did the time we spent watching streaming services on TV sets. But perhaps most strikingly, the pandemic may have reoriented our use of the internet in how we learn, with our children engaging in online educational platforms and remote learning, and how we work, accelerating our adoption of cloud-based services and video conferencing, which may prove to be a lasting legacy of the lockdowns. Secondly, But as more and more services are delivered online, the risk of exclusion for those who are not online or who can't engage effectively online grows ever bigger. The digital divide was a gaping chasm during lockdown when shops, schools and workplaces were closed, and the only way to see loved ones was on a digital screen. 6% of households don't have home internet access, with 14% of adults accessing the internet only infrequently. And that figure doubles for those in lower socio-economic households and triples for those who are older, those over 64. We're also now seeing it's a more complex picture than the binary question of whether you have internet access or not. For example, of those who do have access, 5% say they aren't confident in using the internet. Or for the 10% of online adults who rely on a mobile phone for internet access, working or learning from home or completing online forms can be a real struggle. Thirdly, most of the content on the internet now is user-generated content. For example, particularly for younger smartphone users, social video platforms such as Facebook, TikTok and Snapchat can make up a substantial proportion of time spent online, from the moment we wake up to when we go to sleep. This brings tremendous benefits, but also increases the likelihood of coming across harmful content. To the benefits, the internet has had a powerful democratizing effect. People have a voice like never before, whether it's in mobilizing support for movements such as Black Lives Matter, or in reviewing products to help other users make better choices. It's easier for us to make connections with people around the world with shared experiences or shared interests, no matter how niche. For example, completing that rare collection of miniature soldiers with the help of eBay. How-to videos have become hugely popular, supporting us in all sorts of ways. Our research finds that nearly a third of video site users reported watching DIY videos. In the early months of lockdown, there was a 458% increase in daily views of YouTube videos related to sourdough bread. But it's not all good. Our research finds that 70% of video site users had seen or experienced something potentially harmful in the 3 months prior to being surveyed. Fake news and offensive language were the most prevalent online content experiences that might be considered harmful, followed by fake or deceptive images and videos. And sadly, children are particularly vulnerable. 81% of 12 to 15-year-olds, that's rather higher than the corresponding figure of 62% of adults, say that they've had a potentially harmful experience online in the past year. On mobile phones, the most common of these experiences was being contacted online by someone you don't know who wants to be your friend, cited by 30% overall. And a significant minority had seen something scary or troubling at 18%, or seen something of a sexual nature that made them feel uncomfortable at 17%. Children are also coming across bullying. A quarter of 8 to 11-year-olds and a third of 12 to 15-year-olds said they had personally been bullied, either online or offline. Now, with those rather sobering thoughts, let me change direction to look briefly at innovation and technological developments, with 3 things that may shape our behaviours and use of the internet in the future. Firstly, adoption curves are getting steeper. Arguably, a virtuous circle of better, faster communication networks with more connected devices and new services means online behaviour is evolving at breakneck pace as we communicate with each other and create and share content in new and different ways. For example, it took 6 years from the launch of the iPhone in 2007 for 50% of UK adults to have a smartphone. And of course, 14 years later, it's hard to remember how we managed without our smartphones, which have become replacements not only for our phone, but our wallets, our maps and our torches, to name but a few. And that pace of innovation seems to continue with the launch of various connected devices from smartwatches to virtual reality headsets. It was only 7 years ago when Amazon's smart speaker Alexa was released, swiftly followed by Google Nest and Apple HomePods, amongst others. And now smart speakers are in more than half of UK homes. Secondly, new services look like they will continue to emerge and grow really quickly. Concerns persist, understandably, that the established tech giants have grown stronger than ever. However, the pandemic has shown that the internet continues to foster innovation, where new players with new propositions have the opportunity to grow very quickly. For example, TikTok, which only launched in the UK in 2017, increased its number of UK adult users from 3.2 million in September 2019 to 11.5 million in September 2020. By March of this year, over a third of 13 to 17-year-olds said they used TikTok. Or take Zoom, which grew from a few 100,000 users in the first 2 months of 2020 to more than 13 million in April and May, though Microsoft Teams also grew from 3 million pre-pandemic to 13.7 million in March of this year. The internet does, however, remain the enabler of fast-changing market dynamics. We've also seen platforms grow rapidly due to temporary market conditions, but struggle to sustain that growth and subsequently decline. Houseparty, another group video chat app, for example, had 4.6 million UK adult visitors at its peak in March 2020, but declined in reach since then, and this month has shut down completely. Thirdly, technology is driving ever greater levels of consumer immersion. The internet has moved from desktop to laptop to smartphone, from text to pictures to video, from wired to wireless, from voice over IP to voice calling, from smart device to smart home and onwards to smart car and smart city. Ofcom's Internet Futures publication earlier this year pointed towards a future where immersive technology becomes ever more pervasive. The shift from Voice over Internet Protocol, or VoIP, to video conferencing, as we've seen so vividly during the pandemic, is only an early stage in the progress of immersive communications technology. We've already seen the concept of the metaverse, where virtual shared space converges with reality. You may have seen US rapper Travis Scott perform a live set inside the online game Fortnite last year, in which more than 12 million players took part. And Mark Zuckerberg has already announced his intention for Facebook to become a metaverse company in the future. The so-called Internet of Senses, or iOS, could underpin the potential shift from an emotionally neutral web to a multi-sensory metaverse experience. While still far from reality, the concept of extending our sensorial experiences to the internet has been considered for years as part of ongoing research and development projects, as explored in our technology research publications. We're starting to see early steps by industry to introduce or develop immersive communications in the home, building on existing smart speakers. For example, the recent announcement of Amazon Astro, a household robot powered by Alexa smart home technology designed to check on pets, people, and home security. But what might this mean for regulation? We've been thinking about that question at Ofcom as we prepare to take on new duties designed to create a safer life online for people in the UK. Let me leave you with 3 thoughts. Firstly, regulation must be able to adapt and not take a fixed rule approach. The Online Safety Bill, which establishes a new regulatory framework to tackle harmful content online, puts the onus on the platforms to assess and respond to risks to users and to design systems and processes to address them. We believe this is the right approach, as regulation based solely on enforcement against fixed rules would not be effective for 2 reasons. One, as we've seen, these are services where change and innovation are so rapid and so constant that we need an approach to regulation that can respond at speed. 2, the sector itself overwhelmingly drives relevant technological innovation, from which we as users derive significant benefit. And this means that the industry itself is best placed to design and own the technical solutions and be held to account for their success or failure. Secondly, it's not possible to regulate online content. Rather, online platforms must have a duty of care to look after their users. Under the Online Safety Bill, Ofcom will be asked to hold platforms to account for assessing the risks to their users and for putting in place tangible measures to address them. In particular, we'll establish codes of practice to help companies meet their duties, and we'll be examining and enforcing against those systems and processes rather than the content. That's an important difference to how we regulate television, radio, and on-demand content. We'll hold platforms to account for assessing the risks to their users and ensure that companies take a preventative approach to risk. When it comes to enforcement, our watchwords will be targeted, transparent, and proportionate. Being targeted at the most serious harm is really important. We all know the internet is virtually a boundless realm. We need to remember that it will never be possible to prevent every instance of harm occurring. We'll ensure companies are transparent, shining a light on the nature of the problem and on whether their efforts to protect users are really effective. At the moment, platforms are basically free to set their own rules without even explaining what they are. We'll also make sure our rules support innovation and competition in the UK, and that our interventions are proportionate. Crucially, that includes protecting people's freedom of expression. Thirdly, and finally, collaboration and coordination will be critical. The number of platforms, devices, and networks that serve up content continues to grow. So do the technical and economic issues confronting regulators. In Ofcom's case, these go much wider than traditional media and telecoms. They include supply chains, cloud computing, online competition, and network security and resilience, as well as online content. These are complex, overlapping issues. No one can address them alone, nor can we meet any of the biggest challenges we face, whether it's the impact of a global pandemic on our sectors or the blistering pace of technological and societal change, if we stand apart. The global reach of the platforms means that partnerships and cooperation with other bodies will be even more important in order to successfully address online safety. Video sharing regulation is untried around the world, so we've been working with EU and international regulators to share lessons and, where we can, harmonise our approaches. In the UK, we're collaborating in a second way through a formal body. We've formed something called the Digital Regulation Cooperation Forum. Our fellow UK members are the Information Commissioner's Office, which leads on data protection, the Financial Conduct Authority, and the Competition and Markets Authority. The aim of the DRCF is clear, consistent, and coordinated regulation. We also want to build a collective view of important industry trends and innovations. We can make cost savings by pooling resources and avoiding duplication, and we can respond quickly to changes in the market. Finally, the consumer trends and the technological changes that I started with, the pervasiveness of online, the importance of digital inclusion, the prominence of user-generated content, the fast-moving adoption of new services, the rapid change in the marketplace, and the trajectory towards ever greater immersion highlight how important it is that users have the skills to participate effectively and safely in the online world. Here again, collaboration across governments, regulators, industry, academics, advocacy groups, and the third sector is critical, and an area that we are investing in through our Making Sense of Media program to help improve online skills, knowledge, and understanding. So I look forward to working together as we look ahead to a future of the internet which continues to deliver huge innovation and benefits, but also a safer life online.
Well, thank you very much, Yu-Chong Tae, for that presentation. And now we come to the questions and answers session. We've had one or two questions coming in during the course of the presentation. I've also got some that we've had addressed to you from earlier in the day. But maybe I could start with something that you mentioned, which was the COVID pandemic and the impact that that's had on internet use in the UK. Could you say what's most surprised you about that response, and also perhaps what Ofcom has done to alter the way in which it looks at things as a result of that?
Thank you, David. I think actually the thing that strikes me most about the research coming out of the pandemic is that actually a lot of it isn't that surprising. When we're all stuck in our homes and can't do anything else, then understandably we take to the internet and we spend a lot more time on that. In some respects, I'd say 3 hours, 37 minutes wasn't as high as some people might have thought in terms of the time we spent. So perhaps the thing I found most interesting was that number is an average across a great range of different usages. Of course, younger people spend more time. We had 15, 16-year-olds who were spending almost 5 hours a day on average. And of course, some of our qualitative research pointed to anecdotes with one individual having to almost bribe her son to come out of his bedroom because he's online to come down for meals. So at one end of the spectrum, you get that. At the other end, as I mentioned, we still have 6% of households who are not online at all, and therefore contributing nothing to that average. And of course, the proportion online has grown during the pandemic. Again, we might expect that as the pandemic has really accelerated some underlying trends. But very significant that I think there is a growing digital exclusion challenge that's become quite apparent.
So can I maybe just take that a little further with this question of the digital exclusion challenge? I notice an increasing number of services, including some public services, moving towards a kind of default online option or an online only option, which is likely to exacerbate digital exclusion or the impact of digital exclusion. I wonder if you could say something about how you're discussing that with the other government departments which are responsible for providing public services or overseeing the services that are provided in the private sector.
I think that point in your question, David, is really important, that this is it's multifaceted and covers a number of different government departments. We have some responsibilities in that, but it is a small part of it. I mean, to illustrate that, I would suggest that if you asked me the question of digital exclusion 5-6 years ago, the focus would have been very much, at least in our sort of circles, around broadband availability. So does someone have access to good quality broadband or not, in that very binary way? And I think what we're discovering is the question is more nuanced than that. As I said, 10% of adults mobile only. That clearly isn't a great experience if you're trying to fill in the government forms that you've just referred to or whatever, and that's quite problematic. Obviously, we saw in terms of education challenges with children not having access to a suitable device or having to share that and really impeding their ability to learn. So I think there's a much broader holistic question which government needs to engage in. We are trying to do our part. For example, we have something we refer to as our Making Sense of Media program, which is really around digital literacy, working not just with DCMS, our own department, but speaking with the Department of Education as well. So there's a bigger question about how do we close the gap on some of these issues, which are becoming so much more important to us as a society.
Okay, we had a number of questions coming in about the online safety bill. That wouldn't surprise you. We have a session later in the day which is specifically looking at that, and which does have an Ofcom speaker. So I don't want necessarily to go into that much depth on it here. But I think this particular question, maybe you could respond to. A comment essentially that freedom of expression isn't the same as unregulated speech, and that we need regulated speech to deliver freedom of speech. How can that be done with user-generated content? Maybe that's a sampler for what we.
Yes, that's very good. Well, yeah, I think that's a fair point. Obviously, we have a long track record. I'd like to think a successful one in trying to balance that protection of audiences, but also preserve freedom of expression when it comes to traditional broadcast content. And so clearly, our major broadcasters are regulated for various things, for example, around news, on due impartiality and the rest of it. But right at the core of that, we want to maintain freedom of expression. So I agree that just because something is regulated doesn't mean that's somehow suppression of freedom of expression. Quite the opposite. When it comes to user-generated content, yes, I think that's quite tricky. Of course, what the online safety bill is trying to do in a very significant part is it depends on the type of question, but for illegal content, then obviously that's a problem. And whether it's child sexual exploitation and abuse or hate speech, then I think that's rather clearer. For the largest platforms, then there is this question of legal but harmful content. And I think a big part of that is actually around transparency, trying to make sure that we understand what community standards are, that the platforms are held to account to making sure that's very public, and that essentially they live to their own rules on that. So that's the kind of thing that we'd be monitoring very, very carefully.
Something that picks up on that, actually, which has also just come in the Q&A. Will Ofcom look at the contribution to online safety of technical standards and the adoption of a safety by design approach? Is that part of your agenda? Maybe you could say a bit about it.
Yes, I think that's hugely important. I mean, one of the things that we're interested in, both through the Making Sense of Media program that I mentioned, as well as one of the bits of the online safety bill, is around media literacy. And I think that's not just about trying to improve the critical awareness of users, which is a huge part of how I think we need to make improvements. But part of that then is trying to influence platform design. So how do we make sure that user interfaces are designed in a way which helps people to understand that actually I can take action if there's content which I find concerning, or questions around misinformation and disinformation, which obviously are hugely problematic, potentially, at least in the context of a functioning democratic society. How can I look for other sources which are more authoritative or things like that? So I think safety by design is a really big part of the overall philosophical framework, and working with the platforms to understand how we can make progress is really important, being informed by some of the research.
So one of the aspects of that I know comes out quite a lot in work in the UN context, in the Commission on Science and Technology for Development, is about foresight analysis. So just picking up on the points you're making about the metaverse and other innovations like that, whose outcomes are highly unpredictable, and so forth. What is Ofcom doing in its analytical work that might be regarded as foresight analysis, and what are your kind of key objectives within that area?
I think one of the great privileges of working in this space, of course, is the rate of technological development, as I mentioned earlier, and the consumer behavioral change which goes along with that at a pretty rapid pace. And that means, our jobs remain really very interesting. But it's a huge challenge in policy terms not to be a long way behind the curve in terms of what's coming up. So one of the things that I'm very keen to do in terms of our strategy function, but actually also, as I mentioned, in terms of technologies, that we invest in trying to understand where things are going. So we do quite a lot of horizon scanning work where we think, what are the underlying trends, for example, through the pandemic in terms of some of the macroeconomic effects, what are the technological trends? We have an emerging technology team, the hard work of which everyone gets to see in some of the published reports that we put out there, where the intention is to look past 5-10 years and some of the technologies coming down the line. Now, I don't think we're well placed to try and predict what's going to happen, but improving our understanding, working with industry players and others as to some of these directions, I think starts to inform us about some of the things which we need to be mindful of. Now, often that won't be for us to deal with directly, but we have a role as a technical advisor in many respects to government, and having those conversations where we start to see how the policy needs to be developed earlier, I think is important. I mean, to give you a specific example, I think online gaming is a really interesting example. And as a converged regulator, I'm kind of intrigued by the fact that we see highly immersive, interactive content. And you can see the direction of travel in terms of some of the professional content to get that sort of connection that we see on the likes of YouTube and some of the user-generated content. Simultaneously, though, of course, the research tells us that a lot of young people are going to do online gaming, not necessarily because they're trying to play games in that sense, but because they just want to hang out with their friends. It's basically a communication tool in a very similar way to social media. So these things come together and not necessarily in the eye of the user, very distinct things. But what does that then mean for some of the challenges, some of the harms that I was talking about earlier? And are we, cognizant of how those development go? So we're actively putting effort into understanding some of those trends and talking to various market participants.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's a very short session, this, and we've come to the end of the time that's allotted for it. So I'd just like to thank you very much indeed for coming on and talking about a wide range of issues and drawing attention to the Ofcom research reports, which I find personally very useful and which I hope are really widely read. I would certainly commend them to people in the audience who are not familiar with them to look them out and address them. So many thanks indeed for taking part. And as I say, it's crucial to the success of this forum that we're well informed about the current situation and what is coming in the future. There are a number of questions that couldn't be picked up, which are about around the online safety bill, and I would suggest to the participants who, with those that we might pick them up later in the day in that session. So on behalf of the audience, many thanks to you. We've now got just under 15 minutes to refresh ourselves and have a coffee break or talk to one another in the networking space, which has been provided by the platform. So please make the most of those opportunities, and I'll see you back here at 10:45. Thank you. Bye. opportunity and risk, and that's also been a theme of the initial presentation that we had this morning from Ofcom. All three of the sessions that are coming up today are at the intersection between the internet and society, between what we hope the internet will bring and what we fear it might. They're on cybercrime, on the environment, and on online harms. So we're going to start with a panel discussion on cybercrime, its management, the UK's role as a prominent global player in combating it, and perhaps also a proposals that have been made for a global cybercrime convention. Your chair for this session is Louise Bennett, who is a colleague on the organising committee for the UK IGF. Louise has an extraordinary record in the computing and IT worlds over many years, covering both private and public sectors. She's a director of the Digital Policy Alliance, and she's a prolific advisor to government. And I've sat alongside her on committees of various kinds for about 15 years, I suspect. You can read more about her biography in the background papers for the session, so I won't go into that in detail. I'll hand over now to Louise, who will introduce her panel.
Oh, good morning. This panel is entitled, How can the UK become a global leader in the prevention of cybercrime? The panel consists of three people. Joyce Hackney, who is a senior researcher at Chatham House, Detective Chief Inspector Phil Donnelly from the City of London Police, who has worked alongside Andy Gould for the last 3 years and has kindly stepped up to the plate after Andy had to pull out at the 11th hour. Phil has the very intriguing title of Cyber and Dark Web Technical and Capabilities Lead. And our third panelist is Victoria Baines, a respected researcher who's worked for Europol and the Oxford Internet Institute, among others. I'd like to start by setting the scene. The demand for digital services is expected to double in the next 10 years. We all know that online life can give individuals, businesses, and other organizations fantastic benefits. During the pandemic, the internet has enabled physically safe human interactions, including education and commerce, to continue during lockdowns. However, online crime has also exploded. In the UK, crime has increased by 1/3 in the last 12 months, with UK losses to fraud estimated at £52 billion. The UK is not an outlier in this respect. Last year in the USA, almost half of all Americans experienced financial crime online, costing them $750 billion. These are staggering losses. The victims of online crime are often in one jurisdiction and the perpetrators in another. So preventing crime is both a national and a global endeavour. The best ways for us to reduce online crime is what this panel is going to explore. We'll have short presentations from the three panel members, followed by Q&A. Please can you type any questions that you have for the panel in the Q&A function, not in the chat. Joyce will outline some of the international initiatives to protect individuals and businesses from online crime. Phil will outline the working relationships for fighting crime across the UK, including key programmes such as Prevent, the police cyber alarm tool for small and medium enterprises to download and to help protect themselves, and the regional cyber resilience centres. Victoria will tell you about her work on how to support individuals and SMEs to keep safe online. All three will be emphasising throughout what we should do more of and what equally is not working so well. They'll be outlining pragmatic ways of achieving a safer internet for all that is being developed in the UK so that this can form part of the UK IGF input to the UN IGF. First, I'd like to ask Joyce to outline for us what you think are the key international initiatives to combat crime on the internet and how the UK can best contribute to them.
Thank you very much, Louise, and thank you for IGF UK for inviting me to be part of this panel, which is really asking an extremely timely question about how can the UK play or become a global leader on prevention of cybercrime. And I will structure my comments around 2 points. the first, or maybe these points also represent opportunities that the UK can capitalize on and can invest more in. And the first one is around what was mentioned in the introduction around the policy-making process, the new UN Convention process, and second around existing capacity building efforts at the global level. And my comments are more sort of what can the UK do at the global level? How can it help other countries step up their effort in fighting cybercrime? As it was mentioned earlier, cybercrime is a transnational crime. It does not respect borders. And as you said, Louise, the efforts have to be national and also international. And the fight against cybercrime requires everyone to step up their efforts and requires everyone to increase their capacity. So just to start, I'd like to say that, of course, the UK has already an important experience in combating cybercrime. And this experience is, manifested in sort of national practices, which I'm sure Phil and Victoria will speak to, but also internationally. And I would like to give some context as to, what is going on now with the global cybercrime policymaking, and some context on the UN cybercrime process that David mentioned. So the people who follow the UN developments on cybercrime know that this new process is not the efforts, of overnight work. It's rather, basically the efforts of sustained efforts over the years by countries such as Russia, who have been pushing for a new UN Convention on cybercrime to replace existing conventions, in particular the Council of Europe Convention on Cybercrime, also known as the Budapest Convention. So this effort really is, or this development is quite significant for the fight against cybercrime internationally. And I'll say why and how. So in 2019, a resolution passed at the UN General Assembly basically asking or forming an ad hoc committee to develop an international convention on cybercrime. In January of 2022, the first negotiation session will be held, and the expectation is that there will be 6 sessions that will alternate between Vienna and New York on this topic, and that by the end of this process, there will be a treaty, a UN treaty on cybercrime, which will be put up for signature and ratification from member states. Now, the UN Convention on Cybercrime will, more likely follow, obviously, all focus on 3 main areas. Criminalization, basically, what are the offenses that should be criminalized and considered as crimes? The second one around the procedures and safeguards. How can cybercrime law enforcement investigate, and what are the procedures that they should follow? And the third element around international cooperation. And just looking at what states have submitted so far on this, if we look at, so far we've had 3 submissions from states on how they see this UN convention develop. And the most significant, I would say, is the one submitted by Russia, which basically represents a complete draft, 69-page draft of a treaty that they are suggesting, that Russia is suggesting, to be used as the basis of the negotiation that will start in January. And if we look at that draft, there are few issues that are of extreme concern, and I will structure those sort of issues around these 3 areas. So first, on criminalization, the suggested draft expands the offenses that are considered as crimes to stuff like coercion to suicide, terrorism, extremism, etc. That, of course, as probably the speakers will talk about more, has quite a big implication, not just on human rights and what we consider as cybercrime, but also on the dual criminality aspect, which basically requires that there is a common understanding and recognition by all legal systems of what constitutes a crime. The second, on procedures and safeguards, the Russian draft suggests, like lower safeguards and have quite a vague language when it comes to human rights and to how these human rights can be protected. And third, on international cooperation, and particularly around extradition, there are quite big limitations on when, states can cooperate and should cooperate. And why am I saying this? And sort of in relevance to this conversation, I'm saying this because obviously the UK and other countries have a very important role to play in this process in maintaining and building on the progress that has been achieved so far. So the efforts to fight cybercrime are not new. I mentioned the Budapest Convention. There are other initiatives, and countries, of course, have been building their national systems and infrastructure to fight cybercrime. So it's very, very important to maintain that progress that has been achieved and build on that progress and not deviate from it by creating sort of parallel process and renegotiating something that has already been in place and is working for a number of years. Are the existing measures perfect? Of course, they're not. Are there limitations on how they work and how they fight cybercrime? Yes, there are. But is it important to take into consideration what has been achieved and build on it? I would argue that absolutely there is a very big need to do so and not to deviate from that and to kind of go into a direction which might have a quite an adverse impact on human rights and on the way countries fight cybercrime. And another way that the UK and other countries can do is obviously sort of push for a transparency and for a multi-stakeholder approach in shaping this process. As is often the case, some countries prefer to keep these kind of conversations only restricted to states. But as we all know, other actors have a very important role to play, in particular on cybercrime, in particular the private sector, and of course the civil society. So the UK can help pushing for a more transparent process and keep pushing, which it has been doing already, for this multi-stakeholder approach. And the other aspect of, or like the second point that I want to talk about is just sort of, the UK's role in policymaking is quite important. This UN process is very important, making sure that the progress is maintained and built on, and transparency, that all is important. At the same time, of course, the UK has a very important role to play in the capacity building global forums, the forums where you have states and non-state actors trying to work together on, to fight cybercrime. We're quite involved in the Global Forum on Global Forum on Cyber Expertise. The UK has been playing an important role there. I think this role can be fostered even further. I think there's an important role for the UK to play in forums like this, in sharing lessons on how cybercrime can be fought, in investing in cybercrime capacity building efforts, and really in adopting a strategic approach to cybercrime and sort of sharing lessons from that. It's not just about having a cybercrime law or establishing a cybercrime unit. There's very much, there's a need for having a strategic approach to cybercrime, which looks at strategic governance aspects, looks at tasking and prioritization aspects, looks at enabling framework, and so on and so forth. And finally, I want to conclude my remarks by saying that capacity building on cybercrime has to be part of capacity building on cyber more generally. And there have been quite important, progress at the UN level, not just within the sort of, what have been talked about in the sort of third committee, but also in the first committee within the open-ended working group and the group of governmental experts, with very concrete recommendations as to how cyber capacity building can be improved and what countries can do in order to make some sort of positive steps towards increasing that cyber capacity and increasing that resilience and protecting sort of society from all these cyber threats, whether they are criminally motivated or politically motivated. And I'll stop here, and very happy to answer any questions.
Thank you very much. We'll take the questions after all three presentations, because I think they'll fit together better like that. That was great to give us the international background, Joyce. Thank you so much. I'd like to turn now to Phil to tell us what the police are doing now to combat cybercrime and what we need to do next.
Hi, thank you, and thanks for inviting me. I'm stepping in for Andy Gordon. I do apologise on his behalf. Unfortunately, he couldn't make today, but hopefully I will be able to update you as to where we are within UK policing and cybercrime. We've really been focusing on cybercrime for about the last 7 or 8 years. There was basically since the NCA was created in the NCSC. And we have what we call Team Cyber UK, which is a whole UK government approach to cybercrime. So from the MCSC to the NCA to policing, we have a joined up approach in relation to how we deal with cybercrime. And that goes from a national level, so the NCCU, the National Cybercrime Unit. We then have teams at a regional level, looking at regional crimes, cross-border crimes, and those types of things. Then we have force level cybercrime units. They're the latest teams that we set up. We set them up about 3 years ago, and they're focused on victims of cybercrime in forces and giving them investigating the crimes that are reported, but also that protect and prevent advice. So when somebody becomes a victim of cybercrime, everybody that reports cybercrime into Action Fraud will get a call from police, and they will get prevention advice. Because it's not just about them being a victim the one time. If they're a victim the first time, we need to stop them being victims again. So that's a really, really important part of what we're doing in relation to cybercrime. And we are making an impact. The overall reporting of cybercrime is low. And I would, it's a big issue for ourselves in policing because we don't have a good understanding of the threat picture in relation to what's going on, because businesses don't always report when they've been ransomware, when they've suffered a DDoS attack. Lots of time when you talk to a business and they've been attacked, their main focus is getting themselves back up and running. It's not reporting it to the police. They want to get back up and running. They get their incident response teams in, and they don't always report. There's many reasons why they don't report. One is because they want to get themselves up and running, but it's also they don't realise actually what we can do. And there is a lot we can do. You're right, cybercrime is an international problem. It's borderless. But there are lots of UK offenders out there as well, and we're making some real strides into identifying them and tackling them. In relation to the police response, so like I say, we have regional response with the regional crime teams, and they're based all over the country, and they're an amalgamation of forces. We have 10 in the UK, and they're looking at the more serious end alongside the NCA, and then and the larger cyber crimes. And then we have the force teams. Every force, like I say, all 43 forces have got one, and they're looking at that more local level. And we break it down into the 4 Ps, as we call it in policing, and that's pursue, prevent, protect, and prepare is the way that we formulate our police response. Pursue, it's quite obvious. It's the investigations. It's a cybercrime investigating that. We also put a lot of effort into prevent, and that is around engaging with people that are on the cusp of cybercrime, and pushing them away from cybercrime into cybersecurity, and showing them that actually, one, they're committing criminal offences, because a lot of times people don't always realise what they're doing may be a criminal offence or not. So we do a lot of energy in that. We have a prepare, so that's looking at future planning and preparing ourselves and organisations for the threat of cybercrime. It's not standing still, it's moving forward. And then we have the protect element, which is that cybersecurity. It's that advice into business and organisations and members of the public. And that's all sizes, from your individual through to SMEs, through to multinationals, around how they can better protect themselves. And I'll talk about some of the projects we've got running in the background. We're also looking at, and one of my areas is the dark web. So we have a joint unit with the NCA called DICE, dark web intelligence collection and exploitation, and what we're looking at there is criminality on the dark web. So it's the sale of drugs, anything or that's going on in dark web, sale of drugs, credit card numbers, guns, and all of that. That's what we're looking at, and again, we're showing some really good results into that repatriation of card numbers and that type of stuff. Really trying to get utilising technology to help policing do what we need to do to protect the UK as a whole. As I said, there's a number of initiatives that I just want to touch on. There's lots of things going on within policing, all the way from, we have cyber dogs. We have dogs that are specially trained to detect electronic devices. So we can go in and we can identify USB sticks and stuff like that. They're brilliant. Everybody loves cyber dogs. So we've been rolling that out. We have specialist vans that we use to be able to go to scenes, to be able to do on-scene examinations when we need to. And there's lots of little projects like that being run by the NPCC Cybercrime Programme, which is what I'm part of. Some of our bigger initiatives, and the two that I'd like to talk to today, is one's the cyber resilience centres. Every single area of the UK has got a cyber resilience centre. And these are organisations that are set up, they're like a partnership between policing, industry and academia, to help protect businesses. So you can sign up. There's lots of advice that's given out by them. It's all based on the NCSC advice. And if you've not been to the NCSC website and you do run an SME or you run any size company, go to their website and have a look at the advice that's on there. It's really, really good. You know, they really know what they're doing. These are the top people. They're linked to GCHQ. You know, they are people that are able to advise on how to secure your networks. So we use that advice, but we also work with the universities and use interns and students to help give out that cybersecurity advice. There's a lot of businesses that have very little cybersecurity infrastructure, and it's not part of the way that they're thinking. They're focusing on their business, and they may have grown from a very small company and just grown up, and it may never have entered their radar. So we're able to go in and work with those companies. You know, I've been involved in investigating cybercrime for 7 years, and a lot of the cybercrimes we investigate, it's the simple things that hadn't been done that could have prevented it from happening. So, you know, it's giving out that simple advice and doing the basics right will protect you from majority of cybercrime that's going on. So the resilience centres, you can join up. They're free to join up. There are other membership options there as well. They're not they're linked to policing, but you're not joining the police. It's this amalgamation, and it's that advice that you're getting from the police advice, working with academia and business to better protect our communities as best we can. The other one is a project that I'm leading on. It's called the Police Cyber Alarm. If you want to know more information about it or sign up, hopefully, if you go to cyberalarm.police.uk, that's the website. Cyber Alarm is all about, there's two faces to it. One is for police to be able to get better intelligence. So, you know, a lot of times attacks, anybody that works in the cybersecurity industry that's on the online, you'll know if you look at a firewall log and you see what attacks are going in your firewall, it's constant. These attacks are constantly going in. It's like somebody rattling your front door. You know, if it was a burglary and somebody was, or a burglar rattling front doors going down the street, somebody would probably ring the police and expect us to do about it. Because it's online, we've built this whole industry, and we have this attitude that actually it's just we just have to put up with it, and we don't. But what we need as police, we need to have that intelligence. We need to understand what's going on, so we can plan, we can identify criminals that are committing attacks, and we can actually, you know, build that strategic picture, but also deal with the criminality. So that's why what Cyber Alarm does. You put a small piece of software on your network, and it monitors your firewall logs. It's not monitoring your firewall traffic. We're not actually able to recreate. It's not looking at the packets. It's monitoring the logs that come out on the back of that, which is if you ever suffer a cyber attack and you get the police involved, it's one of the first things we'll ask to look at. Can we look at your logs? Because it's exactly the same as going into any crime scene looking for something physical. The logs tell me as an investigator what's happened and how it's happened. So what we're getting those logs before it's reported as a crime. We're getting it as an intelligence item, which allows us to do something about it. We're able to do something with that. But what we feed back to the organisations then, and it's a completely free tool, what we feed back to the organisations is they get reports going back into them at the moment once a month, which explains to them what attacks they've had going on their networks, who's been attacking them. So if you're a small company and you only work within your region, you know, your user base, your sales base is just within your area, but majority of your attacks are coming from abroad, then you can consider, well, do I need to shut down some of those IP addresses that are attacking me? I understand better what's going on. So, and also the ports that are being attacked. So, you know, one of the ways that people attack your network is through RDP. You know, and if you're using RDP, you need to have it turned on. But if you're not using RDP as part of your business, turn that port off. You're locking that door. You're stopping somebody from being able to attack you. So Police Cyber Alarm gives you that intelligence. It gives you that information as a business to be able to look at that and go, right, okay, how do we better secure ourselves? We also give you local information around what attacks going on in your area. So it localizes cybercrime and also your industry sector. What we're also able to do, vulnerability scans on your IP ranges and your websites. And again, you get that back in a report that tells you what vulnerabilities you've got. We use the CVE scores that anybody in cybersecurity will understand. You're able to then go onto the CVE website and you're able to see how to fix those vulnerabilities. Now, of course, if you're a business that hasn't got a cybersecurity team, or you don't know, you're not au fait with cybersecurity, then that's where the resilience centres can come in, because they can look at those reports and they can help advise you on how to fix those problems. Or you can go to anybody within cybersecurity and say, I've got this vulnerability report here. I don't understand how to fix this. How do I go about and do it? And it is that education piece and that understanding, because if you understand your threat picture better as a business, we understand the threat picture better. it will be a lot easier. It will make our lives a lot easier to understand what is going on and how we can best tackle the threat that is going on there. So yeah, I think I probably overran a little bit there. So I do apologise, Victoria. So yeah, happy to take questions at the end. Thank you.
That was absolutely fantastic, and I love the idea of the dogs. You know, Hudson and Rex in the UK. So anyway, thank you very much, Phil. That was great. I'd like to turn to you now, Victoria, to tell us about the work that you've been doing supporting individuals and SMEs to keep safe online.
Thank you, Louise. So one of the features of this debate that I find increasingly fascinating is how cybercrime means very different things to different stakeholders. If you're engaged in multilateral negotiations of the type that Joyce explained, if you're Russia in particular, if you're China, you consider cybercrime to be a national security threat, possibly even a military. Whereas if you are supporting individuals who are reporting crimes or SMEs, then this is very much about civilian support and business support. And if we think about that proposed cyber convention, it's on countering the use of ICTs for criminal purposes. It's not necessarily about the cyber operations or the Tallinn manual space that so much time and effort has been spent on. Now, when I worked in law enforcement, and this is going back 10 or 15 years, we took a lot of time and effort to distinguish financially motivated cybercrime, motivated cybercrime. And we were able to do that rather cleanly. But if we think now even about something like ransomware that ostensibly has a financial motivation, that's become a national security issue. It's become a nation state issue, not least because it's quite often state sponsored, or states quite often, in some cases, benefit from the profits of ransomware. Of course, state-sponsored activity is also difficult to attribute. And it's become a national security issue in as much as critical large manufacturers and government services are now being targeted by something which originally was financially motivated. Now, these blurred distinctions matter because it can sometimes lead, and I would argue all too often leads to confusion on how we communicate cybercrime prevention to these different stakeholder groups. And I would argue we all need to think more about communicating differently on cybercrime to different stakeholder groups, because that militarization of cyberspace and the issue of cybercrime means that, you know, all too often individuals see business are presented with something that they need to feel they cannot control, they cannot learn enough about, and they can do nothing about. So my research in the last few years has been looking specifically at communications on cybercrime and cybersecurity. And I looked at government and law enforcement communications. And full disclosure, as someone who used to write the EU's threat assessment on cybercrime, you know, I am one of those people who has generated some of this fear, uncertainty, and doubt in the past. I looked at government law enforcement communications, cybersecurity vendor communications, and I think what Phil said about the industry around this and how that perhaps doesn't make people feel very capable or very engaged in cybercrime reporting and prevention is really pertinent here. And I also looked at criminal communications, so ransomware pop-up screens, phishing emails, sextortion emails. And strikingly and surprisingly, I found really quite considerable similarity between how governments, criminals, and vendors all communicated to us as citizens and small businesses about cybercrime and cybersecurity. So firstly, mystifying the issue. Cyber everything. I love Phil's idea of cyber dogs. I'm trying to work out how I can get hold of one, because a cyber dog sounds like they don't need quite as much care and attention as someone, you know, as irresponsible as me can muster. But we have these portmanteau, you know, cyberbullying. What does that actually mean? What does cyber sex mean? It's, you know, these are things that are remote from us, that sound like something to do with machinery, that are inhumane or inhuman, and that we most often associate with robots, with faceless Grim Reaper hackers in hoodies. We talk about darkness all the time. It's this side of the, you know, it's the dark side of the internet. So it's literally in shade and metaphorically in shade. And of course, that ties to the scaremongering that we all do around this, but particularly, dare I say, some cybersecurity vendors do, ramping up the fear, at times inflating the threat. And that's not to say that there aren't really serious threats attached to cybercrime and national security issues that nation states and people need to take account of and respond accordingly. But by ramping up the fear and using jargon and mystifying, effectively people. You know, there's one cybersecurity vendor last year during the pandemic said that we need to secure our everything right now because a global cyber pandemic is now a reality. You know, that's not only ethically and morally questionable to play on people's fears and alert fatigue, but actually, what does that do to improve people's level of protection and knowledge, except to get them to buy a thing that they don't understand? But at the same time, threats like disinformation and influence operations put in line of responding to national security threats. You know, if we are on Facebook and other social media platforms seeing misinformation about COVID vaccines, or we're in the middle of an election and we see information about Black Lives Matter that is intended to sow discord in our communities, it's up to us and our friends and our families to be that first line of defense, to use our critical judgment. So it seems that now is more important than ever before to make sure that individuals are properly in an accessible fashion and empowered to take control of their online interactions. Now, we've seen some great examples of that in the UK. Certainly last year, if we think about the scam and the phishing reporting function that the NCSC operated for COVID scams, the fact that there was so much appetite for that and that people responded in their many thousands and reported these scams suggests to me that there is a real appetite for citizens and small businesses to get more involved. You know, for the word, policing this space and, you know, actually being the active marshals of this space rather than just passive recipients and victims of the threat. And I mentioned quite a negative example of using the pandemic there. But I also think the pandemic has shown us something really, really promising. And that is that, you know, perhaps despite some of our pessimistic expectations, and I am a natural pessimist when it comes to things like cyber threats, many millions of us around the world have shown ourselves capable of wearing masks, engaging in social distancing, and actually to protect ourselves and others. So, you know, it is possible to deploy public health measures on things like a pandemic. So actually, I'm not the first person to suggest that we apply public health frameworks to cybersecurity. You know, going back at least 10 or 15 years, a number of researchers have suggested that we could apply a public health framework to cybercrime and cybersecurity in the same way that we do to things like epidemics. So, for example, looking at measures threats, measures tailored towards non-communicable cyber threats, and then equally to cyber risk behaviours. So I would like to see more accessible information sharing and more accessible engagement with citizens and with SMEs, the like of which, you know, Phil has absolutely described very well. And and I would argue also the UK is a bit of a global leader in. But thinking about, what does the cyber version of that old mantra of coughs and sneezes spread diseases look like? Because now is a really that willing people out there have to protect themselves and others. I think it's eminently applicable to cyber. So that's a plea, if you will, from me. For those folks that still engage in the whole fear, uncertainty, and doubt rhetoric, that may work, and maybe the way that we want to, attenuate large corporations, and it may be appropriate when we're looking at national security threats and military operations, but it's entirely inappropriate for citizens and small businesses. And we really need to think about what might work better. And I look forward to the questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Victoria. I've got quite a lot of questions here. My first one will be, what are the top things that each of you think businesses and individuals can do to protect themselves online? Phil, could I start with you on that one?
Yeah, thank you. Top three. I suppose it's for me, and like I say, I've been investigating cybercrime and involved in this area for a number of years. It's doing the basics. So it's, we're still not having everybody use strong passwords, and that is still one of the main ways of people being able to compromise your system. So, strong passwords, unique passwords, using a password manager. If you are going to use, and the age-old question is, well, what is a strong password? Well, the NCSC guidance is 3 random words. It's not perfect, but it is a really good way of creating a strong password. Computers are really good at figuring out short passwords that got special characters in and stuff like that. Actually, the longer the password, the better. The more unique the password is better. So if you can use a password manager, brilliant. If not, 3 random words and unique passwords for as many of your systems as possible. In the perfect world, every one of your systems and logins would be a unique password. I'm aware that that's really hard to do, but your email accounts, they're the root to all of your majority of your systems. So strong passwords. Using 2FA as well alongside it. So if there's options to use 2FA, do that. Patch. As a business, patch. Have a patching schedule in place. Make sure you're patching regularly. The amount of times we go into organizations, they've suffered an attack, and when you pick it apart, they could have patched the vulnerability away, but they didn't do. And that is a real issue. And then education of your staff. Educating them so they understand what they shouldn't be clicking on. And just that, cybersecurity is everybody's problem. It's for us all to do, just like physical security is for everybody to do. You'd expect somebody in your business to challenge somebody who wasn't wearing an ID badge or something like that. It's exactly the same with your digital security. So yeah, there's lots of things, but they're the main ones that I would point out.
That's absolutely great. Joyce, would you like to go next?
Sure. I mean, as Phil mentioned, all of these are great advice, and the NCSC, they put regularly really sort of very digestible and accessible advice to the public and SMEs. I'll probably add a couple of things. I think as citizens, as users of the internet, I think being vigilant is very important. Phishing attacks remain one of the key ways for criminals to get into people's computer data and systems. So just being vigilant and trying to sort of be aware of those sort of social engineering attacks, I think that's quite important. And for businesses, I think one of the biggest things we have seen in our work is the importance of having cyber incident response plans in place. Plans that are rehearsed and practiced and reviewed on a regular basis. So whenever you are a victim of a cyber incident, the organization has a very clear way to dealing with that problem, and everyone is aware of what they should be doing and what are the lines that should be communicating. So I think having this sort of clarity in response help with building resilience and help sort of survive potential attacks.
Thanks very much. Victoria.
I feel like I've been left with the very boring options. But I think they're important. And the boring option is, particularly if you're a business, just audit. And I know audit is boring, but control. We see so many legacy insider threats because someone has been granted access to a particular network or a particular system, and when they leave an organization, they still have that access, and they're rogue. So there are those opportunities need to be closed down. But also, as Phil mentioned about legacy software and tooling, he mentioned in relation to RDP, but we see this all the time. People buy the nice shiny thing with limited capability to retire what they've already had.
Thanks very much. I've got a great
some of those
slew of
it's really important
of questions here. Do you think that regulation of the dark web and solving anonymity issues would help combat cybercrime? I don't know who wants to start on.
As an independent researcher, I'm quite happy to go in there, Phil, and take the heat on this one. I think it's absolute nonsense, personally. And it is something that I'm going to be writing about at length. But de-anonymizing something that allows for identification of someone who has already done something bad. And I think regulating the dark web, that's a little bit like trying to regulate the Wild West, isn't it? Which is a metaphor that we keep hearing about the internet. But I think, the regulation that's being proposed with the online safety bill, and I don't want to steal somebody else's thunder on another panel, is not about the dark web. The dark web is much more about the kind of thing that Phil's team does, and is about infiltration, not about de-anonymization.
Yeah, would you like? Yeah, it will be an ongoing debate, and one of the conversations that we have on a regular basis is, well, what is the dark web? The dark web is an encrypted platform. So if you follow that line through, should we de-encrypt WhatsApp? Should we de-encrypt all of these? HTTPS. We need encryption for security. Unfortunately, it comes with risks, and it's getting that balance right. Do we have the balance right at the moment? I'm not sure. It's not. I can't really comment on that. But there is that. How would you be able to regulate it? I just don't understand. It would be really, really difficult to do. I think it's conversations that we should have, definitely, around what policing should be able to access and that type of stuff, and what should be retained if something goes wrong. But the internet is an international. Everybody uses it, so you can't just look at it around UK law or our country's law. You've got to look at it across everybody. So I think it'd be really, really difficult thing to do. And I would also that question is, well, what do we actually mean by the dark web? A lot of times we're talking about Tor, but actually what you're talking about is encrypted platforms, and peer-to-peer end-to-end encryption.
Joyce, do you want to add anything to that?
Well, not much really. I completely agree with Phil and Victoria. I think this is ought to be part of a larger conversation around how to get the balance right between sort of protecting national security, fighting crime, and safeguarding rights. And and I think there's absolutely a necessity here for engaging in a proper debate around this issue. The anonymization is an absolute must on the internet, not just for human rights, but also sort of for privacy reasons and of course, kind of financial purposes. And Tor was already, started for reasons of, started with the military, wasn't it, with the US military, as to kind of to protect that sort of confidentiality element, and we need that sort of confidentiality element for whistleblowers, etc. So I would argue, yes, agree that this has to be part of a larger debate about how to get the balance right.
Okay, we're nearly out of time, sadly. I think one of the things that shocked me about the Ofcom Online Nation report was that they said that only 5% of people that they surveyed felt they were competent in accessing the internet. Now, a number of the questions that we've had have been about education and so on. Can you give us one thing, each of you, before we have to end, about what you think the most effective way of educating small businesses and individuals in this country to reduce their likelihood of becoming a victim to cybercrime would be? Victoria, would you like to go first?
Yes, and I'll be very brief. I think some of the greatest or most persuasive examples that we have at the moment use humor. There are some great adverts out there at the moment that treat, dealing with cybercrime and cybersecurity, a social intervention. We should be doing more of that and less of the scaremongering.
Okay, Joyce.
Yeah, I think maybe sort of, I think a lot of people think that they know that cybercrime exists, but they think that they are sort of shielded from that, or that it won't be a victim. So I guess maybe trying to communicate the impact and the threats that exist out there to people who are not very much familiar with that, I think would be quite important and will go a long way in educating the public about how to be more vigilant and adopt the cyber hygiene approach.
Okay,
Phil.
Yeah, I mean, I'd agree with what Joyce and Victoria have said. I think, simplifying it. I mean, a lot of times people are scared because it's, it's technical. I don't do technical. And that type of response is common. So it's simplifying it down and making it as easy for people to understand what they're doing. So it's that education piece. And I think all the way from school, primary school up, cybersecurity should be threaded in. Just like we get taught now, or we used to get taught the Green Cross Code and stuff like that. That this online security should be taught from a very, very young age.
People are often talking about the need to do things in school, but parents need to know an awful lot, don't they? And also, can employers do more to help to educate people, not just what they do in their business, but what they do at home?
Yeah, I'd agree with that, Louis. Louise, it's like you say, it's that education across the board, because a lot of people, I don't like the term digital native, but that idea that we've not grown up with technology. So, but like you say, if you can educate it within, because everything you get taught about your business security will be reflective in your home life as well, around phishing, scams, how to protect your networks and stuff like that. So, yeah.
I fear we're out of time now. It's been absolutely great to have all of you here. I think we could have talked for another 45 minutes without any problems at all. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
So thank you very much, Louise, and thank you to all three panelists in that session for a really wide-ranging discussion of the issues around cybercrime, what we should be doing about it in our own lives at one end of the spectrum, and what we can be doing about it in the international environment at the other. So I'm sure that's raised many issues that you'd like to discuss with colleagues, other participants, which you can now do in your networking break. Another just under quarter of an hour. So please take a few moments now in the networking environment, or to make your coffee or whatever, and return at 11:45 when we'll talk about the internet's relationship with the environment. See you shortly. The next session is called Greening the Internet, and it follows on from an important discussion we had last year about the complex relationship between the internet and the environment, something I first worked on for the International Institute for Sustainable Development more than a decade ago, and which is an increasingly important preoccupation for many people in the internet world. Climate change is obviously the environmental issue of the moment here, because Britain is about to host COP26, the latest event to be described as the last chance saloon where climate is concerned. And the internet's growth, and more particularly the increasing scope and scale of digitalization, are growing contributors to energy consumption and so to climate change, but they also offer ways in which consumption in other sectors can be mitigated. This is also not only about climate. Pollution and resource depletion are also important issues of digital sustainability. The session is going to be chaired by Anna Yang, who's Director of the Sustainability Accelerator at the Royal Institute for International Affairs at Chatham House. She's going to give an introduction setting the scene, particularly around the COP conference. Anna's experience before Chatham House on climate and sustainability has been at the International Finance Corporation, the Forest Stewardship Council in Brazil, and the Children's Investment Fund Foundation. And she'll be joined on her panel by Emma Fryer, who leads the data center program for technology sector the trade body Tech UK, represents the interests of operators to governments and other stakeholders through that, and also works in other contexts, including the European Commission. And the other panelist is Michael Ogier, who's a consultant based in Belgrade, editor, researcher, speaker, and advocate for ICT sustainability, working in the field of digital policy and infrastructure, internet governance, and media development. Anna, please go ahead and tell us about the state of play regarding COP26.
Well, thank you, David. I have prepared a very short slide with some very high-level key message that I would like to share with everybody. I have clicked share. Oh, here. Every time. So give me, Emma or Michael, give me a thumbs up that you can see it so that I make sure that I'm sharing. Okay, cool. So, okay, now how do I move slide moving forward? It's stuck here. I think for some reason, oh, there it is. It's just taking a while. I mean, in August this year, so we have two important timelines. We have in 10 days' time, the Conference of the Parties at Glasgow. And also in August, the IPCC, which is the scientific body that comes together that does research and analysis around the latest on climate change science, has released this report, which is the AR6. And there's some really important message that I wanted to share, and then that it sets the scene for the conversation today. One is this certainty about no doubt on the attributions of the climate change, and also the linkage to human influence. So it is anthropogenic, it's human driven, and we have seen a lot of extreme events happening. So, and the prediction is that these climate change trends are driving more extreme and more severe weather pattern. So hotter weathers, more precipitation, and we've seen this, we've lived through it, and it's just gonna basically get worse. And one thing that I wanna make sure that it's also come across, climate change is non-linear risk. It's a non-linear risk multiplier. So there are all sorts of that research is still moving in terms of how the different weather and now all the different environmental issues are interconnected. So, for example, the discussion how deforestation affects rainfall pattern that will also may lead to some kind of tipping point in the Arctics, and every half degree matters. So I'm not sure to what level of detail you'll be able to see this, but between 2 degrees and 1.5 degree means the coral, the survival of the coral reef. It means different, the droughts and frequency of rainfall patterns. So if you want to sort of because we're now coming to Halloween, if you want to be scared, do read the report. If you don't want to, maybe wait for afterwards. And I think there is a positive message that comes out of the AR6, which is 1.5 degree is still possible. The thing is, right now, we definitely need more ambitious actions to avoid this temperature lock-in. Right now, the business as usual takes us to 3 degrees. And if we implement all the national pledged policies, we're not on pathway to 2.5 degree. And that basically, I will also talk about why this COP matters and what are the big ask for COP and what everybody needs to do. And so what I just talked about before is every bit matters. So decarbonization needs to take place across all sectors. Everything matters. And this is why the community of the internet also needs to work towards it. And every single sector, every action is necessary. And so 1.5 degree is still possible, but it's a very, very slow narrow pathway. And what also I want to come to also share with you is there is no pathway to 1.5 degree without regeneration or restoration of nature. So all this discussion about nature-based solution really matters. Conservation of forest, restoration, regeneration, regenerative agricultural practice, they all need to be deployed at scale and fast. So COP. And so why this COP matters is because every 5 years, I mean, the Conference of Party meets every year. But so Paris was important because it sets this international architecture for sort of the world, right? States and non-state actors to say, well, this is there is a framework within which everybody works. And then it sets also sort of key ambitious sort of what is the limits that we can achieve. So there was the 2 degrees, and then now everybody's aiming towards 1.5 degrees. So this year, for those of you who follow the discussion on the news, this morning, The Guardian, BBC, we're talking about 1.5 degrees. How do we achieve 1.5 degrees? And so this COP is technically 5 years, so it should have been last year, but like a 5-year revision plan is when countries come up and they show almost like the report card, right? What they have committed and what they have delivered, but also at the same time, how they raise ambition. So for this Glasgow, there are 3 success measures that we need to watch. One is how do we increase the level of ambition through national determined contributions, those are the national commitments. But I also want to add that all the non-state actors, municipalities, companies, everybody should show up and demonstrate more ambition. We need to have more clarity in terms of how do we provide finance for the low carbon transition. There is this there's this $100 billion transition money. And then so developed country who bears more responsibility need to be able to demonstrate how they're going to provide the funding for the most vulnerable countries to transition. And finally, the technicalities of the Paris Agreement rulebook, right? Paris Agreement set us this high-level framework, but the details of specific, how do you do tracking? How do you do accountability? What are the tools? Those are the things that need to be negotiated at Glasgow. So this is, we have collectively a big ask and task ahead of COP, and what I would want for this discussion today to happen is that what can the internet community do to contribute to that? So I will stop sharing and I'll hand over to Emma.
Thanks very much indeed, Anna, and thanks very much for having me on this. So I look after the UK's data centre sector, sort of viewed by government now as the data infrastructure sector, and I provide a collective voice for UK operators in matters of policy, reputation and compliance, which I have to say keeps me pretty busy and puts me, I think, between a rock and a hard place most of my time. I think I've said that to Michael a few times already. We think that data centers are responsible for between 15 and 25% of the overall ICT sector energy consumption. According to the International Energy Agency, that represents about 1% of global electricity. I emphasize electricity, not energy, because the sector is electro-intensive. And actually, that's a big issue for us. We are very electro-intensive, but in a way, that's because we concentrate all this computing activity to where it can be done most efficiently, most reliably, most securely, in a resilient way. So so that's what we're doing, and you can expect that to be electro-intensive. I think there's sometimes a sense that we present data infrastructure as doing nothing more than sort of enabling us to upload videos of ourselves teaching our dogs to tap dance. But data centers do underpin the economy. You know, the economy is now an internet economy, and the digital economy is not only the present but the future. So we do have a really important role in that. And I think, you know, we only have to look at how the internet enabled our move of many businesses and activities online over the last 18 months. And I read a thing, I think it's in a paper, I think it was in one of the scientific journals a couple of days ago, which said that a decade ago, it would have taken us 12 years to develop a vaccine. And we've developed 4 vaccines in 10 months. And that's because we had the compute power to do that. That's why, because we had the compute power. So I thought that was quite an interesting thing. Anyway, I think, though, we're left with some really difficult core problems for the sector. Obviously, we underpin a number of enabling technologies: smart grid, dematerialization, congestion management, autonomous vehicles, etc. But many of those technologies are data hungry. And also the general move to digitalization across economies, the movement of government services, the migration of on-premise IT, all that is creating an enormous increase in the volume of digital data that we have to manage, process, store, transmit, transact. So how do we accommodate this massive explosion in the the digital data demand without a concomitant increase in energy demand and emissions from the sector itself? And that's what we're juggling with all the time. And I think there's 4 or 5 ways we have to do that. And I'm, you know, interested in talking further on any of them. Firstly, obviously, we have to optimize efficiency. But while we do that, we've got to keep a really, really close eye on rebound factors. Jevons paradox. You know, communications are price elastic. The cheaper you make something, the more we do it. The second thing I think we need to do, and I sense a real urgency, is we really need to improve transparency and awareness. I think some of our business models are problematic, although they're incredibly good at driving innovation. The freemium and advertorial business models that most consumers are able to access doesn't give them a price signal for the energy consumption that they don't see off the internet. And I did a quiz at my son's school, and a significant minority of children didn't think the internet used any energy, which really worried me. So that's the transparency piece. I think we have to massively accelerate not just the adoption, but the enabling of renewable generation. I think we've got a good story to tell here, because certainly the data infrastructure with its sort of characteristic high flat load could be an important player in facilitating additional, you know, renewable scale utility generation through PPAs, and also to actually play more of a prosumer part in a more distributed and dynamic grid. But there's a lot of ducks we've got to line up to make that happen. And then I think we need to target aspects of the sector that are lagging behind. The on-prem, legacy on-prem is a real problem. We don't know how much it is. We don't know how much has been migrated. We don't know how much is left there. That is where I would be targeting my attention. But also, and I know this was mentioned at the beginning by David, the embedded energy and the resource depletion, because, you know, we are using a lot of materials in this. So those are my challenges as I see them. I hope that gives you a flavour. That's why I'm busy.
Thank you, Emma. Michael, over to you.
I always love following up from Emma because she always sets the scene so well. And for me, I actually don't really want to spend too much time on introductory words, because I'd much rather kind of discuss and debate, because especially whenever we're talking about digital infrastructure from just the relatively small scope of climate, of course, there's a lot to be said there about whether or not it's enabling, whether or not it's exacerbating. It's quite complex. But for me, at least, and from the standpoint of the Sustainable Digital Infrastructure Alliance, for which I work with now, I like to make 3 key cases for, not 3 key, rather like point out 3 key issues. The first that Emma already somewhat alluded to is seeing sustainability as holistic. So for instance, if we're just focusing on climate, that's great. However, it is only one very small piece of the puzzle, because ICT sustainability issues I mean, energy consumption and climate impact is just one of many, including the extensive supply chains that exist, the resource use, whether it be water, land, that's related to data centers, but also to many other things. So for instance, the idea that digital infrastructure is just data centers, that's obviously not true too. And I mean, not that I'm trying to contradict anyone. I just mean that data centers are, again, just a small part of digital infrastructure. There's transportation networks, there's energy providers, there's software developers. All of this is part of the entire ecosystem, and they all use materials, they all use energy, they all use resources, they generate pollution. There's, I mean, if we think about embodied emissions, are we talking about, I mean, a lot of them, I think I've seen somewhere like 80% of embodied emissions are just in the production stage alone, not even in the use, consumption, recycling, or lack thereof, et cetera, et cetera. So the point is that we need to see ICTs from a very holistic lens when we're talking about sustainability, and this is especially relevant to data centers, but really beyond that as well. The second point that I want to make is that we absolutely have to make the business case for sustainability. This is something that SDIA pushes very hard. In other words, if we recognize that sustainable solutions are better for the planet, better for the people and the communities that digital technologies are meant to serve, then we also need to make sure that whatever solutions we come up with that are meant to be sustainable, they need to themselves be viable, because if they're not, then they're never going to take off. And on top of that, you know, there's especially if you think about government purchasing, or you think about other kinds of procurement. Let's say you have two vendors coming to responding to a tender. One of them might give, let's say, a certain price for that tender, and I don't know what the statistics are necessarily, but I think it's safe to presume that typically the one with the lower price is often the one that may be preferred. But that lower price often necessarily doesn't take into account externalities, it doesn't take into account maintenance, it doesn't take into account other things that a sustainable solution may actually include, potentially at a slightly higher price, but will actually be more sustainable in the long term. So a good example of this is that if you, is with a consumer product, if you have an inexpensive consumer product that's meant to not last, yeah, that might be cheaper than the version that is meant to last, but is a little bit more expensive, but you don't have to then replace it as often. So, and obviously that has a lot of implications for environmental sustainability, but also financial sustainability. So the two actually go hand in hand. Lastly, this is my third point, and this is to me the most frustrating, because all of this is great, but we can't do any of this without political will. How do we generate political will? Everybody's like, oh yeah, political will. We do it through collective action. If we are not voting with our wallets, voting with our through elections, if we're of course lucky enough to be in a place that elections matter, then we're not really going to move this issue at all. We because it's so complex, it is so disheartening sometimes. I mean, COP26 is coming up, and we don't have to get too much into my own personal views on everything, but let's just say I'm deeply pessimistic about where we're going, what we need to get there, and even just to maybe throw in a little bit of contention, and as to something you said, Emma, about the vaccines, for instance, about being able to get there through the power of compute. I don't disagree at all with you, but there were two key things that were also fueling the need for the vaccines. One was political will. Nobody wants to stay inside longer than we already is, maybe except for like the key introverts among us. But number two, of course, is that there's tremendous gain to be made financially from developing the vaccines. I mean, I don't even know how many billions have been spent now just on the vaccine procurement. So, I'm not trying to get into anything negative about vaccines. I just mean in the sense that there are those underlying conditions that support it. We need to find those same conditions for digital technology.
Well, thank you, Emma and Michael. We have something like 25 minutes ahead of us for some, I mean, this conversation can go anywhere. So many things that I want to talk about or just like with you. But I'm just thinking, what is the best way? So maybe I'll start with a Q&A, and then we can also, I would also want it like us to ask each other questions, because I have so many questions I want to ask you. But there was one specific, which is, what is the UK government doing about the environmental impact of blockchain, even or including cryptocurrency mining, minting, etc.? Can anybody address that question?
The answer is I can probably only answer the mining, and because there isn't really any that happens in the UK, it's not really, to my knowledge, it's not on the agenda. It's certainly not anything I've not had any interaction or any questions from government, and usually I'm the first person they ask for that kind of thing. So certainly in terms of crypto mining, it just really doesn't happen in the UK. The energy costs are too prohibitive. So it's not, for that reason, it's not really come onto the agenda. Interestingly, I've got a discussion with DCMS later this afternoon on exactly this, net zero and data centers. So if it comes up there, I'll let you know.
All right. So if you have questions, you have to put it on Q&A, because if you put it on chat, sorry. Also, Michael, go ahead.
No worries. Just to finish what you were saying, Anna, yeah, if anybody has questions, please ask. But I actually can say just a few words about crypto, because this is so big. It's such a headline-grabbing topic and whatnot. First of all, if anybody's looking for any kind of information on, especially electricity consumption from Bitcoin in particular, there's the University of Cambridge. Cambridge University has some fantastic resources on it that you can actually see on their website. Let me look it up real quick. I'll put it in the chat after I finish speaking. But a few things to mention: Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, blockchain are all separate things. All Bitcoins are part of cryptocurrency. All cryptocurrencies are built on blockchains, but not all blockchains are crypto. But ultimately, all of these, you have to consider the climate impacts, the energy consumption, what energy is powering them. Then we have to think about other things, such as the materials that are going into the mining rigs, production, transportation. You have to think about many other components, and especially waste. There's a lot of waste, because since it's so competitive to mine Bitcoin, for instance, you have to have the latest, greatest technology that can, that little tiny nanosecond matters whenever we're mining. So that the entire business model of cryptocurrency, for the most part, is built on non-sustainable methods. So that's the only thing I'll say about that.
Thank you, Michael. There's another question about learning technologies in higher education and the higher uptake on the last year lockdown. Do you have opinion on what does the sector understand its own sustainability and net zero issues? I mean, Emma, you talked about transparency, and then also that people just don't understand. Like, also what you said really shocked me. Like, kids don't think that internet is any kind of energy.
Yeah, I was really, and also there are things about the way we don't perceive the way our internet activity uses energy. So there is the internet activity, and then there's a lot of misconceptions around what uses energy and what doesn't. So if you want to save energy in terms of your mobile phone, the best way to save energy on your mobile phone is not to replace your mobile phone really frequently. That is the number one way. Don't keep buying the latest model, because I think, Michael, you were referring to, so I think something like 80% of the energy attributed to the life cycle of a mobile phone is in its manufacture. You need to sort of extend the life of that mobile phone, not always buy the latest model, perhaps. And that's something that isn't always understood, because actually in terms of charging, mobile phones are incredibly efficient because they've competed on efficiency, because they want to keep going. So you can see where the competition has driven the market. But also they're highly sophisticated devices. I think we sometimes underestimate that. So yeah, there's a lot of misconceptions. That's quite a good example. And also people and how things use energy even in the home. That actually there's a concept that digital devices use a lot of energy in the home. And in fact, the biggest energy users in the home are fridges and freezers because they're always on. But people don't think about the background energy use of those connected devices, and also the biggest impact you can make if you were streaming video. If you wanted to change your impact in terms of streaming video, the biggest difference you make relates to the size of the device you're streaming on. And again, that's something that people think, oh, it's all the streaming is really terrible because you're downloading all the devices. No, it's the device. If you're watching on a massive TV, 90 times more energy will be used than if you're watching on a phone. So it's those kind of thing, and you're right. I'm always shocked by it, and I myself keep finding out things I didn't know. So how do we get that information out there in a simple way where people aren't going to misinterpret it, or somehow you end up with sort of perverse outcomes from that? I don't know. It's really, really tricky because it's really complicated.
Michael, do you want to come in on that?
I don't disagree at all with anything Emma's saying. And in fact, I do agree very much with her about the lack of, about the need to not buy phones, for instance, or devices. I always say we have to fight against marketing departments. I'm so glad, Emma, that you mentioned the business models, because that's one of the biggest problems, is that if a business model is just intrinsically based on the idea that we will continue to buy new devices, make new hardware, despite the mountains of e-waste that exists, despite the lack of software support that is going into a phone that could easily last for 3, 4, 5 more years, then it's an uphill battle that we will not just be able to fix just through little things. It needs regulation. We really need market regulation when it comes to these issues from a sustainability point of view, because how if we're always being told you are not going to be good enough until you have the latest device, even though it's marginally better than the one that came out not even necessarily a year ago, but maybe 6 months ago or something, how can we win? Because that's what it is, and especially when that money is already going to multi-billion, if not trillion-dollar organizations that essentially have the same power as nation states. That's why, to me, collective action is the only real way that we're ever going to be able to overcome these issues. And the other thing that I want to say, and Emma, sorry, now we might be getting in. I'm sure it's not a problem to disagree, but I want to highlight something, and that is that the entire concept of a carbon footprint came out of what's it called, a PR campaign that BP launched in the early 2000s to shift blame from fossil fuel producers to consumers. And so as much as I fully support ways that we can change our lifestyle and to be more sustainable, or to take part in those kinds of things like how we stream, or how we buy devices, how we consume, ultimately that is a drop in the bucket, even on a collective scale, compared to fossil fuel emitters, to producers, to miners, etc., etc., etc. And so we need to give up our climate guilt, is what I'm trying to say, and is what it amounts to.
So this is where I'm going to disagree with you. I'm not sorry, Emma. Did you want to come in?
No, but I would just say that it's everybody's problem. So I think so I would kind of say, no, don't give up your climate guilt. We need more climate guilt.
I'm of the same. I mean, I live with constant climate guilt. I work on climate change, and I eat beef. And I'm also of Chinese heritage, so I eat rice. Those are the two biggest methane contributor, if not also drive deforestation. So it's like a constant, like what gives me joy to link to like what gives me guilt. And I agree. I agree with you, Michael, and I agree with Emma. I was like, obviously, where the biggest bangs for the buck is at the company level, but it is everybody's responsibility. And Michael, your point about voting with your wallet or voting with your, like, this is how we demonstrate as also how we care, right? So I'm not going to buy a product from this company, or I'm not going to vote for this. I think we can do things through what we buy, through what we eat, how we move around. And I think for the whole discussion on the 1.5 degree is every bit matters. And so I sort of agree with you, but I do think that, I'm trying to be vegetarian. What I did was just like basically have red meat 2 or 3 times a year for very special occasions, and then it becomes really special. But I haven't managed to give it up yet. Can I take this conversation? And Michael, you said about the business model and the finance, and I mean both of you talked about it. And this is actually at the essence of what's going to happen after COP, right? One of the things around this COP is obviously there's all these net zero commitments, and this is all great. Next year and afterwards, all going to be around implementation and basically show me the money, right? How do you do this? And I don't think, and also you will know that, it's not going to be through traditional business as usual. It's not going to be through the business models as we know. Like by not incorporating the social environmental impacts and externalities. And so there are some pretty significant shifts that we will have to have at the societal level, at the economic level, like economic model level, which is not only pertinent to the internet sector. I just want to sort of, because I think that is actually the biggest battle that we all have to have. What do you guys think? Go ahead, please.
No, I was trying to say I'm talking a lot. Emma, please.
Oh, okay.
I was going to say you start, because I was actually just typing something into the chat about the blockchain. Can I nip back quickly on the blockchain? And I'm going to let Michael come in on this. Just the blockchain, sorry, not the blockchain, the crypto mining issue that you said, Mike. The one thing to keep an eye on there, yes, I mean, we love to hate it, but what those guys are doing is they're pushing everything to the absolute limit in terms of efficiency. So they're testing cooling technologies that no commercial operator would be allowed to do because of they have SLAs with their customers that they have to meet. So it's worth keeping an eye on what those guys are doing, because they're pushing the front edge of what can and can't be done within the environment. So we need to definitely capture any learnings that come out of that. And as I said, it's not really something that's come up in the UK, but I think there's going to be some really useful learnings over the boundaries you can set in terms of what you can do in terms of efficiency within the technology, within the stack. So that's what I would be looking at myself. Sorry, back to you. And sorry, that was a complete segue, but I just wanted to mention. And you're getting a drink now, Michael.
No, it's person next. I'm so sorry about this. Sorry about the visual noise. But okay. So many things to say. So the first thing to say is that Anna, don't feel bad, because I fly. I don't eat beef anymore, but I fly. And to put that into perspective, I mean, just to share this statistic with everyone, it's estimated that the emissions from the ICT sector are anywhere between 2 to 3%, which is on par with aviation. So yes, our individual footprints do matter. I don't want to sound like I'm saying, no, it doesn't matter. When I say climate guilt, I mean, don't despair for the way that things are. Don't be like, oh, I turned the light on and therefore a forest in Borneo is being destroyed right now. That's what I mean by climate guilt. Climate awareness and our the compatibility, or rather the how much we rely on nature and our impact on that. Of course, that's important. So sorry for not being more precise about what I meant by that in particular. But so that was one thing I wanted to stress. Was in terms of moving past COP26 and into the implementation. That is where we as citizens are going to have a really long road ahead of us, because ultimately, I think anybody can agree that rhetoric is great, but what really matters is if we put our money where our mouths are. And especially given the energy crisis that's taking over in Europe, as well as everywhere in the world right now, especially given that it seems that fossil fuel use it seems to be on an upward trend, not on a downward trend anymore. Given that the green
is it just me, or Michael has a bit of instability?
You've got a bit Dalek-y, Michael.
I think it's just a bit
but
of
I can give you my guilt if that likes. So I'm not
Is
really
expensive.
flying, but I do like a bath.
I think Michael, I think it's the dark lords of internet that are sort of trying to stop you from speaking. We lost you for about a minute.
Can you?
You're
can
just
you hear me?
about
Can
coming
you hear
back.
me again?
Yeah, we're speculating that was the dark lords of internet stopping you from speaking.
What are we talking about, huh?
So you were saying you were making your sorry, I just like in the last 30 seconds we all lost you. I don't know whether you want to repeat that.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
We can.
Oh, great. Yeah, I was saying clearly I'm talking about things that the powers that be don't want me to speak about. I'm teasing. So I was just saying that just to come back to your point, Anna, yes, with implementation in the years to come, this is where we really need to make sure that governments, that industry are putting their money where their mouths are when it comes to, you know, drawing down and whatnot. There is a huge fight ahead of us. And like I say, I try to be motivational, but I struggle myself because our entire economic system is unsustainable. Our entire societies are built on are built in unsustainable ways. They're built on fossil fuels. They're not built on green energy. They're not built on recyclability or on ecological harmony. And so what we're essentially asking, not just the internet industry, but the entire world, is to say, okay, let's shift everything that we're doing in a way that it's now in harmony with nature. And that might be the biggest challenge that humanity has ever dealt with, ever since we've tried to figure out how to, you know, make it past living in caves or whatnot. And I'm not necessarily convinced that we'll be able to do it.
I mean, Michael, you touch on something so deeply sort of profound, which is something that we talk about it at the accelerator, and we think about it because ultimately it is what we live today is a manifestation of a value system that for me doesn't no longer actually serve me, and it's not sort of the future that I want to live in. And so, like you said, like you need to think about, completely rethink, you know, what are the fundamental universal values that we care about? It's not only sustainability, and for me, sustainability is a very, very broad way of catching everything beyond also energy and climate. Like you said, Michael, it's everything. But also it is about fairness with other human beings and also with other living beings. And so there is a fundamental, for me, that is sort of the basis and foundational issue that we sometimes don't talk about. And it feels really intractable. But at the same time, I also find it very powerful because this is something that I can do as an individual, because this is like me living my personal value every day. So it is about how do we translate that? And even if sort of the economic system and sort of some of the institutions doesn't quite translate that, but linking that to your value system really matters, because this is how I find hope every day. Sorry, I don't know why we kind of end up into this conversation, but I think this is actually, it's like all the intractable, you know, things that we have ahead of us is how do we manage all the different things that are coming at us, right? Because like the complexities around how do you green the internet, whether it's through decarbonization, or how do you reduce the resource use is one thing, but also like how do I deal with land use change, and then like how all sorts of, they all have different complexities, and it just feels an endless battle. And so the where I find hope is actually like, how does what I do every day link to my value system? And then what can I do to also connect to others? So anyway, this is sort of my, you know, when you catch me on a good day, I'm like that. When you catch me on a bad day, I want to lie under, you know, like under my duvet and cry. So just we're in the final last minute, and maybe I touched on things because I want to sort of, what would you like to see if you had like one magic wand? What would you like to see sort of next year in terms of what is the ask? You yourself as an activist or researcher, or however you want to call yourself, like what would you like to do and what you would like to see, that so that we can also harness more hope?
I think I have two principles I'd sort of like to see enacted. One is understanding the action consequence, which we don't always do. Sometimes we measure the wrong things. We do the wrong things for the right reasons. Does that make sense? And the other thing, so that any clarity in that magical clarity in knowing that if you did this, then the consequence would be that. But of course, our systems are far too complex to know that. And then the other one is just the best can be the enemy of the good. I do what you can do. Don't worry about being perfect. That would be my thought, I think.
Amazing.
I have many. Okay, since Emma did two, I'll do two. One,
go for many. I think we will need to put it out there so that we can feel inspired by each other, and hopefully those who are listening to us.
I have a slide with all of my suggestions on it, but I'll give you two. One for end users and citizens. I would say think local. Although our problems, our challenges are global, they are interconnected. One of the easiest ways for you to do anything is to do it on your local level, whether it's within your community, finding a repair cafe, voting, taking part in public consultations, filling out freedom of information requests, that sort of thing. That's something you can do locally. And then for infrastructure operators, I would say there's kind of a two-parter. One is, actually, no, it's really just about don't underestimate the power of sustainable procurement and, of course, of collective bargaining. We need to embed sustainability into design. If you're an IT operator and you're not requesting that from your vendors, if you're not requesting that from the people who provide the hardware that you rely on, we're never going to get anywhere.
Yeah, and I think my one is really, just talking about, I've been working at climate change for donkey's years now, but I flip-flop between hope and pessimism. Every time these reports come out, I think, oh my God, and excuse my French, we're fucked. Please, but at the same time, I look at the amount, before Paris, like we didn't think that, we needed a global framework. Everybody was working towards the global, we got a global framework, and we even managed to get the 1.5 degree language in it. And then when I started doing the research back then, there was like 3 papers around the possibility of 1.5 degree. Now, 5 years down the line, the amount of knowledge that we have mobilized, and then also mobilize people to commit to 1.5, I find that also very inspiring. So it is about how I agree with every what you say, Emma, about think about the action and consequence. Let's not let perfect be the enemy of good, and that do local, and the design, starting from the design, at all of that, I think is what inspires me, and to think that the possibility and the agency, right? Because it is about agency. When you feel that you look at climate change or the environmental issues, you feel this lack of agency. And the plea for me, maybe this is where my activist role comes in, is just like, I can do something about it, right? Even if it's just at the local level, or think about it or vote with it. Like, this is what I can do, and this is my bit of it. Anyway, I don't know. Emma, Michael, final wise words. Otherwise,
I'm just going to echo. I'm going to echo what you say. I think it's the only connect thing. Join the dots, and actually, government needs to join the dots as well. And we struggle hugely in data infrastructure because the dots are not joined across government. They're pulling up one thing, pushing at another, but somehow those aren't joined up. So everybody join the dots. Yeah. As you said, the best is the enemy of the good, and I think everybody's problem, and let's not expect other people to sort this out for us. You only have to look around you and say, other people are not going to sort this out for us. This is our collective responsibility. And I think that would be my final thought on that.
Emma, you're brilliant, always, really. And I can't, my final thought, my closing words, I always try to end on a positive note, despite my existential dread, everyone, believe it or not. But I always say that as the development and evolution of the internet demonstrates, collaboration is the only way forward. If the problem is that we don't have political will, how do we expect it to generate it? We're going to generate it through collective action. We're going to generate it together. So that's always how I like to end, with a bit of like, okay, now take to the streets and get our political will back, you know?
Absolutely brilliant. Thank you, Emma and Michael, for this amazing conversation. I really had a lot of fun, and I feel a lot more hopeful going to COP next week. And thank you, everyone, for joining us.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you, Anna. Thank you, Emma. Thank you, Michael. That was a really stimulating set of contributions on a key issue of the moment, and something that's been a major preoccupation of mine as I've been writing about the internet over many years. I was struck by a couple of things, actually. Firstly, by the way in which, even when you were being at your most pessimistic, you were all smiling. So if we can carry on smiling through the pessimism, then perhaps we can have a stronger sense of hope. And I think the other point is that the theme of this year's forum is the future of the internet, but the future of the internet has to be seen as being part of the future of society, so economy, society, and culture, politics, and so forth. The internet is not something that is independent, that has an independent future without the systems that are around it. So with that thought, it's time for another networking break. This time you get a bit longer, half an hour, before the final panel. And the final panel will be looking at tackling harmful content and protecting freedom of expression, with particular reference to the government's online safety bill, which was part of our discussion earlier in the morning with Ofcom. So I will look forward to seeing you again at 1 o'clock. Bye for now. to the final session of the day, the final session of the UK Internet Governance Forum this year, which is our longest panel discussion on tackling harmful content while protecting freedom of expression, and also charting a way forward for the online safety bill. The online safety bill, which was discussed a little in our previous session today with the Director for Strategy and Research at Ofcom. So I'm sitting here in Oxford at the moment, around the corner from the Oxford Internet Institute, of which the chair of this session, Vicky Nash, is the director. Oxford Internet Institute is one of the country's leading research centres in internet and related policy. And Vicky, as director, is also the director of its Internet Leadership Academy and an advisor to the UK Government's Council on Internet Safety. And her recent projects have included work on age verification policies and the risks and harms experienced by children online. I think this will be a particularly fascinating discussion, and I look forward to it very much. And I will now hand over to Vicky to chair the session.
David, thank you very much for that kind introduction. Very much hope that we can sit on a panel in person in the not too distant future. So it's a great delight to be able to chair this panel session this afternoon. It has been almost impossible, I think, over the last couple of weeks to read the paper, to listen to the news without touching on issues that are clearly of great relevance to the bill that we have in front of us. And I hope that many of you listening in the audience will have some quite big questions about the scope of the bill, how it will regulate, how it will deal with the challenges we see in our online environment on a daily basis. We have with us to discuss these issues three fantastic experts. I'm going to introduce them in turn. The first is Dr. Damien Tambini, a long-time colleague and friend of mine. He's Distinguished Policy Fellow at the Department of Media and Communications at the LSE, where he's also Programme Director for their Media Communications Governance course. He's been, quite frankly, it makes me feel that I've always seen Damien as one of the experts I like to be. He's been an expert in this landscape, I think, for a very long time. I seem to remember you, I think, serving on the expert panel advising on the value of the electromagnetic spectrum quite a while ago. Also, you gave evidence to Leveson, and you've obviously been very instrumental in setting up key programmes looking at these issues from an academic perspective as well. Given that we get to flag great other achievements, it's worth noting that Damien has two new books out. One, I think, currently, Media Freedom, which came out last month, which I've got on my shelf already, and another one on regulating big tech with another friend, Martin Moore, I believe, coming out very shortly. So I will definitely have those in the OI library, and I counsel others to have a look as well. Damien, welcome. My second panelist, again, should be another very familiar name, Alan Rusbridger, previously editor-in-chief of The Guardian and currently editor of Prospect magazine. Up until quite recently, he was also around the corner in Oxford at Lady Margaret Hall, where he was principal for a while. Amongst the incredible array of achievements listed on Alan's CV, it's worth noting, I think, that he is a recipient of what's called the Alternative Nobel Prize, which is the Right Livelihood Award in Stockholm, undoubtedly in relation to some of the fantastic journalism he's led at The Guardian over the years, including, obviously, the coverage of surveillance activities by West intelligence agencies that we're probably all very familiar with. Welcome, Alan. Fantastic to have you too. And then very much last but not least at all, we are very lucky to have Orla McRae, not least because she's probably phenomenally busy with all this at the moment. Orla McRae is the Deputy Director for the Online Harms Regulation stream of work at the Department for, DCMS. And she's previously had quite a lot of expertise, I think, in this sort of area, having also been Head of Services and Digital Market Access for the Department for Exiting the European Union, also being Head of Cyber Strategy and Business Engagement, again also in DCMS. So again, very wide-ranging policy expertise on the issues in front of us. So welcome my panel. We're going to have plenty of opportunities today to take questions from the audience, but I propose to kick off, if that's okay, with asking the panel to give me maybe just up to sort of 5 minutes each on what they think of the bill that is in front of us, where we've got to, how it's playing out, just some general reflections on it, perhaps, to kick us off. So, Damien, if it's okay, I think I'm going to start with you if you want to make sure your mic's on. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you all very much for the invitation and for this opportunity to engage with the panel and hopefully some good, vigorous questions about this bill. I think it is extremely important that we have a really full and vigorous debate about this, because it is so revolutionary, really, and it is hopefully going to make some big changes in terms of how we engage online, how safe people are, and indeed, the safer they are, the more effective freedom of speech they, of course, enjoy. I'm also very happy to be here with Orla because, I have great admiration for Orla and the team at DCMS for coming up with this framework. I also have a lot of sympathy because this is a really, really tough problem we're trying to solve here, and there are a huge number of misconceptions about it. Broadly, I don't think we've quite got there yet, but the framework and the structure is sound. I'm going to say just briefly something about the task and then something a bit more specific about amendments. There are a lot of misconceptions about what's being done here, and they're leading to a slightly misleading debate about freedom of speech and so forth. We have to keep in mind that we are trying to introduce with the Online Harms Bill a structure of institutions and incentives which over the medium to long term will change the incentives and behaviour online. We're not introducing a single definition of harm which applies to everything and is administered by a Ministry of Truth. And it's really important to unpack what this means. Tech regulation, particularly speech regulation online, is a wicked problem. It's extremely complex. When I say it's a wicked problem, I mean that solutions in one area impact on other areas. And we can see that at the most basic level when it comes to things like if you apply standards to one large platform, the extent to which we think that's a form of censorship depends on how large that platform is and how dominant it is. In all sorts of ways, we're going to have to be iterative in how we approach this. And what the bill does is establish some initial frameworks and initial standards, which hopefully over time will lead to a complex, multi-leveled, co-regulatory system in which everybody, users, service providers, platforms, is working towards a safer and more healthy environment online. I'm sure in the debate we'll go into a lot of detail on what's being proposed, but I just want to focus on a few areas where I think there is more to do, and I think more urgently to do, because if it's unchanged, I think the current draft could lead to some real problems. They come under headings, and I should say my evidence is online on the Joint Committee's website if anybody wants more detail on it. What areas, for example, the role of Ofcom, the role of the Secretary of State, and the definitions of harm are, just to take those three areas. Ofcom is assuming a lot of new responsibilities here for example, administering and designing codes of conduct. It's extremely important that Ofcom is independent and seen to be independent as it develops codes of conduct, which will be applied to services, both search and social media services. What the bill currently does, and this is my reading of it, is that where there's difficulty in Ofcom's role, very often, too often, it's for the Secretary of State, the Minister, to get involved. And I think that's completely the wrong approach. And we could go into some areas in relation to Part 6 of the bill, where I think broadly we need to deliberately go into the bill and seek amendments which enhance the independence of Ofcom and reduce the Secretary of State's role. That, of course, leaves a bit of a legitimacy gap and a problem in terms of where Ofcom gets legitimacy for the decisions and the discretion that it is responsible for exercising. And I would argue strongly that we need to be a little bit more innovative. Ofcom currently has a consumer panel and advisory bodies for the nations and regions. And I think the bill could take the opportunity to beef up Ofcom's independence in many ways, and also its internal consultation capacity. It has a number of new duties to consult with the public, but we should be approaching this as an opportunity to, for example, introduce new citizen panels and citizen juries within Ofcom to replace those structures which have done a certain amount. But given that Ofcom is getting involved in new roles, it needs a new consultative apparatus, and it needs to be more embedded with civil society and the public. Because ultimately, when you're speaking about speech regulation, there are two challenges: either capture by the government or capture by private interests. And bodies like Ofcom and this structure as a whole has to find a difficult route in between those and find legitimacy in civil society. So Ofcom needs to be more independent. The Secretary of State needs to be less involved, and the Ofcom's consultative apparatus, in my view, needs to be given more powers and prominence. But the question of definition of harm is, I think, an area where there've been some slightly off the mark, wide of the mark criticism. And I think broadly we need to accept that there are different approaches here to illegal content on the one side and harmful content on the other side. Underlining, of course, the central point that Ofcom is not going to be involved in regulating content. This is very much about design of services and making sure that service providers have responsibilities to reduce harm, not that Ofcom will be reaching views on whether this bit of content or that bit of content is illegal or harmful. But I think the objective has to be kept in mind that there are different standards and governance arrangements for illegal content and harmful content, completely different. You know, in relation to illegal content, this is a standard set transparently by Parliament. It is the same online and offline for all services. And what we're trying to achieve with the Online Harms Bill is more effective adjudication at these various levels of illegality of content. When it comes to harmful content, and this is fundamental, I think, with freedom of expression, what the bill is trying to do is create a system whereby consumers are empowered to choose those services which reflect, which genuinely enforce those standards of harm, which, first of all, are interpreting the general standard of harm in the Online Services Bill, and secondly, are particular to that platform itself, so that there are market mechanisms, people have the opportunity to switch between those services which suit them better. So you have in relation to harmful content, you have a more market-oriented system, and in relation to illegal content, it's the same rules for everybody. I think this is probably more of a problem of communicating what the bill does, which I think we're an area where I think a lot of work needs still to be done. But there are a number, reflected in the debate so far, a number of misconceptions around in terms of whether specific tests of harmful content are going to be applied directly by Ofcom, or whether there's this additional level of discretion at the level of the platform. So in general, I'm looking forward to the discussion. I think we need more independence, we need more less Secretary of State, we need better communication about the overall structure of the bill, and we need to think about this in the long term in terms of a complex co-regulatory system of incentives and governance, which needs to be trusted by the public, and the public must understand it better, and that's a real challenge with something as complex as this.
Thank you, Damien. That's a really helpful introduction. Actually, I particularly like the fact that you're encouraging us to focus more on the sort of governance structures and incentives that this is putting in place, rather than focusing too much on the sort of the devil of the detail, as you say, about what constitutes harm in one context or another. I've got some questions for you on some things you said, but I'm going to go to our other panelists first. So, Alan, if I could ask you also to give me some comments outlining your views on the bill, please.
Yeah, well, it's good to be here, and very good to follow on from Damon, who is, as you say, the world expert in all this. And I'm speaking from the point of view of somebody who has been a part of the Facebook Oversight Board for about a year. And there's a lot of overlap between the work that we do and the challenges that the bill is trying to solve. At the heart of it is an explosion, a revolution in communications that's happening faster than people can make rules for or control. I think we can all see the headlines over the last few weeks of companies that are struggling, if not drowning, in the attempt to get to grips with a problem that I think would challenge, if we were honest, any government or organization trying to deal with it, because it's so new. And I think there's a realization by these companies that they do need help in terms of frameworks, and they need to be prodded into greater openness and I think forms of oversight. This legal but harmful concept that Damien's talking about, that's at the heart of this bill, is also at the heart of the work that we've been doing, and it's difficult stuff. We've been looking at cases from all around the world, trying to find the borderline between what causes harm and what causes offense, and how you judge harm and how you define it. Quite often it's very context specific, and you're looking in terms of particular local contexts and languages, vocabularies, political contexts. And it's important to get it right, because I think what we've sensed is that in the first year of work is that it's an easy thing politically for companies to over-moderate. They don't want these headlines, they don't want these problems, and so you can over-moderate the problems away. But that's bad, as bad, I think, as under-moderating, because in many parts of the world now, social media is the predominant form of freedom of expression, and it can be a wonderful thing. And if you're robbing the right of people to have this form of expression that they had never had before and would otherwise be denied, that's a serious thing. So our work is obviously global rather than the UK only. I think it's important to keep a global view in this. I think sometimes the coverage I see of this is very Western. Those of us who are privileged to live in countries that still have a free press or a flourishing press, I think sometimes miss the international context. And I think it's really important, the work that we're doing, which is to try and help a company think about how it can establish better systems and better rules for establishing and protecting freedom of expression while avoiding harm. Probably we can all agree that it's pretty undesirable to have one individual, whether it's Mark Zuckerberg or anyone else, in a private company, a very powerful private company, setting the free speech standards for 2 billion plus citizens of the world. And we can probably also agree that it's probably undesirable that governments should be relied on to make specific decisions about what kinds of content should be allowed or suppressed. So you do need some kind of body in the middle, and that applies to all forms of media. And historically, that's very difficult. Damien was part of the discussions after the Leveson inquiry, and it took about 2 years, I think. I was part of those discussions too, to try and get a system to oversee the British press that was considered sufficiently robust and sufficiently independent. Damien mentioned Ofcom, and if Ofcom is going to have a role, that's fine, but Ofcom doesn't currently have a chair. Why doesn't it have a chair? Because the government's trying to impose their candidate, who was deemed unappointable by the first appointment panel. And so you can't have a debate about Ofcom being the independent arbiter if simultaneously the government is trying to impose its own candidate on something that should be independent. So it's important that we acknowledge that the new media realm is not the only realm which is struggling with difficulties about how to find credible and independent forms of government. The Oversight Board is an experiment. It won't, I hope, be the only experiment, but I think it's an experiment worth watching and encouraging. So far, we've made nearly 20 decisions, binding decisions on content about what should be allowed and what shouldn't be allowed, exactly the sort of decisions that this bill is grappling with. We've made about 75 policy recommendations around transparency, consistency, better standards of trying to explain to the army of moderators what should be allowed and what shouldn't be allowed. We've been overwhelmed with people saying that Facebook doesn't deal with these kind of standards consistently. I think we've made a positive start. It's not been without difficulties and tensions, and we'll always be open about those. And I think even as we're speaking, the Oversight Board is saying that we consider that we were misled by Facebook in the so-called cross-check system that was the subject of recent publicity in the Wall Street Journal. And so we're going to say that, and also that Facebook have now asked us to do what is called a policy advisory opinion about cross-check and some of the issues that Frances Haugen, the whistleblower, has raised. We've asked to meet with Frances Haugen, and we're engaging with a number of, as we have in the past, with a number of Facebook former Facebook employees. So there are teething problems, as I think I've suggested there have been in any kind of independent regulation that seeks these kinds of balances between freedom of expression and minimizing all kinds of harms. But I think the overall idea of having some kind of body in oversight that is not the company itself and is not the government is a highly important one, and I think is going to be an essential part of any kind of future framework of balancing freedom of expression with limiting harm.
Fantastic. Thank you very much for that, Alan. It makes me appreciate, of course, I completely forgot to mention your role on the Facebook Oversight Board in your introduction, which is possibly the most crucial piece of information I was supposed to give. Apologies there. So again, we'll come back with questions for you shortly, but let's move on to Orla. Orla, I'm very aware that you're obviously speaking not in a personal capacity on this panel, you're speaking in your official capacity. So yes, for your 5 minutes, outlining, I suppose, not your views on the bills, it would be very much the DCMS views on the bill, but how you see it has shaped up where it is right now, how you want to situate it for us. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Vicky, and it's a pleasure to be on this panel, and thank you to the organisers for arranging it, and thank you to Damien for his sympathy for the difficulties of the task that faces us. I'm conscious some of you may have heard the Minister for Tech and the Digital Economy speak yesterday about the government's ambition for the bill and the intention to set the global standard for online safety. And I think kind of within that, there is a very clear understanding that to steal Damien's turn of phrase, it is a wicked problem. And that's why the government has taken a deliberately consultative and iterative approach, starting with a green paper back in 2017, I think it was, and through a white paper and a full consultation, and then eventually the draft bill, which we published in May and really was a major milestone in the delivery of the government's manifesto commitment in this space. I think throughout there's been a sort of very explicit acknowledgement that we're not going to have a monopoly of wisdom about the best way to tackle this problem. You know, other countries are coming up with their own ways of doing it and grappling with similar issues, but I don't think anyone's quite got a kind of comprehensive framework in place yet. So we're really keen to be part of that debate. What I thought it might be helpful for me to say by way of sort of framing remarks rather than kind of diving into any of the detail is first just to kind of set out the key objectives for the bill, and then to explain a little bit about how the framework's being designed in order to deliver those objectives. So starting with the objectives, there's essentially 3 objectives, and they are treated quite differently in the framework itself. So the first is to tackle criminal activity online. So that's not without complexity, but in some ways is more straightforward to understand in terms of making sure that there are effective systems and processes in place to ensure that criminal content isn't spreading online in the way that we know it is currently. The second objective is to protect children. So the bill will deliver a higher level of protection from children and require companies to make sure that they're putting systems and processes in place to either prevent children from accessing the most harmful types of content like pornography, or are putting in place age-appropriate protections to make sure that they are suitably supported if and when they encounter harmful content online. And finally, but by no means least, the other objective is to protect free expression online. So I think we would kind of challenge the idea that it's one or the other and a kind of binary option there. I think it was Damien and Alan actually both kind of talked about the importance of some of the platforms in scope for free expression, and also the importance that everyone feels able to contribute to robust debate online without fear of being threatened or harassed for what they say. So that's very much been sort of designed into the framework from the start. So those are the objectives. And then in an attempt, I think, really to kind of address some of the misconceptions that we know continue to prevail about the bill, there are some features or characteristics that I want to underline. So the first is that this framework is focused on systems and processes and not individual pieces of content. And we think that's really important, as you said at the outset, to kind of drive the shift in incentives for what companies are doing to protect their users from harm, but also to avoid the risk that platforms are incentivized to over-remove content, which I think Alan mentioned is sort of equally bad outcome in terms of the experience we want for users on the internet. The second area I would highlight is that the whole framework is based on risk. And I think that's really important to the design. So the expectations of companies will depend very much on the risk associated with their services. So some platforms will have a huge number of users and a wide range of functionality that present a higher level of risk to users, and others will have a smaller number of users and very limited functionality that present a lower risk. And the expectations of what those different services will need to do to comply with their new duties will be very different. And that's really important, I think, because that's why it is a framework bill and it sets out high-level duties, but it does allow that flexibility to make sure the requirements in Ofcom's codes are based on risk rather than blanket requirements. Another area I'd like to highlight is, and it links to the sort of shifting incentives, is the importance of transparency and accountability in the framework. So I think, you know, there clearly is a problem at the moment in terms of the mismatch between what users experience online and what they expect online and kind of what happens in practice. And I think there are several measures in the bill that will increase transparency from the transparency reporting, but also the provisions around having very clear terms and conditions that are consistently enforced, that will really shift the balance so that there is more transparency, and it will all be underpinned by Ofcom's ability to access the information that it requires to carry out its functions, that we think will have an impact at the end of the day. And then finally, I think it is worth talking a bit about Ofcom. So the bill obviously appoints Ofcom as the regulator, but does obviously give it a new set of powers and functions in order to carry out its role effectively. And that's, I think that's really important. It is an independent regulator. I think we share that sentiment, and obviously there are different views across the panel about the best way to do that. But the way we've designed the powers to make sure that Ofcom can take effective action when needed, but also to kind of focus more on compliance and driving that culture change rather than just imposing sanctions from the outset. So I might pause there because I'm sure there are lots of questions and don't want to eat into the time for that.
Fantastic, Orla. Thank you for giving us that overview. Before we take some of the questions from the audience, I did have a couple of questions that I just wanted to put to our panelists. Maybe, I mean, Orla, just start with you, since you spoke most recently. I guess, you know, one of the things that must have made this sort of quite challenging, I suppose, for you and your team is obviously that it has been quite a lengthy process with great amounts of consultation along the way. What would you say for you has been one of the most significant changes, perhaps, in the way this has been framed? What is one of the improvements, if you like, that you think is most pleasing?
A huge amount, I think. I mean, so when I joined, which sort of at the inception of the white paper, the thinking was still quite high level. So I remember kind of when we were doing these sort of events back in 2018, 2019, we talked about a white paper with a kind of greenish twinge because we wanted to kind of make sure that, you know, there were still quite a few details to be worked through, and it was a genuine consultation. So we really did learn from the several thousand responses we got. I think kind of it's hard to say what's changed because in many ways it's the translation, I think, from quite a conceptual framework in the white paper into a draft legislation just requires that kind of more and more layers of thinking and detail that come out. But I do think there's been a lot that's come through in terms of ensuring that that sort of differentiated approach between illegal and legal but harmful and protecting children is really clear in terms of the duties on companies, and also that some of the safeguards for free expression within the framework are kind of really clearly articulated on the face of the bill.
Yeah, no, the latter was certainly a change that really I found very reassuring. Damien, I wanted to pick up with you. Both you and Alan, I think, really sort of honed in on this point about the importance of having proper political independence for the regulator in this context, which I think really was, Alan, brought home by your reminder that actually, of course, the chair position is still vacant and why it's still vacant. So I mean, Damien, you mentioned things like the possibilities of having more consultation, redesigning some of Ofcom's own processes to sort of reach out and garner a greater array of views, and it will help frame its own interventions. But what other types of change or improvement do you think are needed in order to ensure that Ofcom can be fit for this purpose?
I think just to pick up also and link this to something that Alan raised, you know, we might be complacent, perhaps too complacent, about our political culture, about the protection that the European Convention on Human Rights provides for freedom of expression in this country by giving a mechanism of appeal beyond the country. Not every country around the world has that luxury and that long tradition of freedom of expression. And we can see that when a country like this one comes up with a new framework, and we heard that the ambition of the government is to be a world leader, it will effectively establish standards around the world, including in authoritarian and post-authoritarian countries. So what I would contend, and I think it's a really hugely important point, and the IGF, I know, makes recommendations to the Global IGF at the end of its meeting. This is something that would be appropriate to bring through into that forum, is that, you know, the UK obviously has to put its citizens first and their safety, and think about the internet used by the people in this country. But there is no choice necessary between doing that and, if you like, establishing a much higher standard of regulatory independence and protection for freedom of expression within this bill. So, you know, there are a number of ways in which it seems to me that the message just simply hasn't got through to the government, and the government should be thinking, on the one hand, you know, to put it bluntly, given all the powers that the Secretary of State has to call in the codes, to give directions to Ofcom, all sorts of ways it can interfere with this framework. The government should consider, is it happy handing those powers to a future minister of another party? Is it really going to look forward to its future in opposition, in which a future government can exercise that sort of discretion and may not be as restrained as ministers in this government? And you know, on the regulatory independence, so I would say that being a little bit creative about how to really beef up the protections for independence, protection for freedom of expression is where we should be at. And if you compare this bill with the Digital Services Act, which is if you like, the framework that the European Union is proposing, there's an article in the Act 39.2, which sets an extremely high standard for independence of the digital services coordinators. It says that they should be completely independent of everybody, and that's Ofcom. And given the appointment system, the relationship to the government, the fact, frankly, that it hasn't, in the 20 years of Ofcom's career, been entirely successful, and certainly hasn't been perceived to be independent, it's really essential that we actually go for a higher standard of Ofcom independence in this, because we have to keep in mind the danger. The danger is, at a time in which people are losing trust in democracy, they're losing trust in democratic debate, they see any form of speech control as just another part of them. They're controlling everything, including whatever conspiracy is the latest one. In those circumstances, systems of governance which are absolutely independent from government and clearly understood exactly how and why they're independent is the only defense that we've got. So we need to establish even if it seems like a higher standard than is absolutely necessary in this country, we need to understand that we're setting in place here structures for the long term, and they have an extremely important role in maintaining trust in democracy.
Brilliant, thank you. Alan, for you're very clearly in the midst, if you like, of some of the most difficult decisions that have to be taken about the type of content that can be allowed on platforms, in this case, obviously Facebook. Having seen the sort of complexity of some of the issues that come to the board, are you confident that both this bill and the regulatory framework that's being set up around it can deal with the complexity of those types of issues? I mean, I suppose, again, we've had a really challenging, really sort of tragic week in politics. And again, unsurprisingly, we've seen sort of calls, sort of ban the possibility of things like anonymity and so on online. So there's this sort of tendency, I think, sometimes to resort to quite, sort of simplistic approaches to sort of dealing with these really difficult, wicked problems. So yeah, are you comfortable we've got a framework that can deal with these wicked problems easily?
I don't know is the honest answer. I hope Ola and her colleagues are looking at the judgments that we're producing. As I said, there are nearly 20 of them, and they're very detailed and thought through. And I think it's apparent from those judgments how difficult some of these calls are. They get into really difficult questions about what qualifies as hate speech, what qualifies as offence, blasphemy, nudity, the questions about journalistic exemptions, who is a journalist, and what kind of, if any, preferential treatment should be given to political speech or reporting. We've done COVID cases, and I think it's apparent, in any fair person reading those cases will see the extreme complexity of trying to establish consistent procedures that have some kind of legitimacy and framework. So with us, we look at international human rights norms, which seem the fairest and most thought through systems for judging these kinds of cases. And that seemed to me the logical way. I think Damien's absolutely right to say that anything the UK does will be seen as a kind of gold standard maybe for what other countries should do, and trying to use these international human rights norms to overlay decisions that I suspect individual governments would think of very differently. It seems to me the right way to go. But it's all there. I mean, we publish all these decisions, and I think anyone reading them will realize that these are difficult and nuanced decisions to take. And I suppose my only worry about the online safety legislation is, of course, after the tragic events of last week, there's a natural desire to sort of get this stuff done and get it onto the statute books. But I think that only leaves a few days in Parliament to discuss what is highly difficult stuff. It's taken 300 years so far to sort out a rough system for how we think of free speech in this country. And it's become a whole lot more complicated in the last 20 years because of the ability of tens of millions of people in this country now to speak who never had that voice before. That is a revolution in communications, and I just hope we're not going to rush through stuff that would benefit actually from having more time to think and study what's going on with the people who are already thinking through these kinds of questions.
No, I mean, that is actually, you're right. It is very useful to be reminded of the fact that although we think of things happening in very rapid terms at the moment, these bigger discussions about, yes, what constitutes free speech, what the boundaries are, have played out over centuries, not minutes, not hours, not weeks. So yeah, being patient, I think, is really important. On that point about timescales, we're going to turn to some of the very many questions that are now coming in from our viewers and attendees. Orla, maybe let's just get this out of the way. It's a clarificatory question that picks up on this point about timescale. Can you clarify at all the timeline for the bill, given the apparent confusion arising over the Joint Committee's report, supposedly by December the 10th, and the PM's pledge to bring the legislation before the Christmas recess on December the 16th? I appreciate you may not be able to tell us, but are you able to shed any light on
that? Thanks, Vicky. As you sort of allude to, timelines might not be entirely within my gift, but I think what I can say is that clearly this bill really is a priority for the department and for the rest of government, and we're working as quickly as we can to get it ready, while also recognising the need to engage with and listen to the pre-legislative scrutiny process that's clearly still ongoing.
Very good, well done. We will wait and see, I think, is the answer on that. Okay, on to the next question from Amir. I would think this is where actually what should Ofcom and the UK government do if the global digital platforms refuse to cooperate on combating and removing criminal and harmful content? So sanctions, what sort of sanctions? We've seen some that are in the bill. Are they appropriate? Are there others that you think should be adopted? Damien, do you want to go first?
I mean, the sanctions in the bill, and that is, is it 5% of global turnover fines, plus in extremis disruption of business activities. The sanctions are pretty weighty, and I think they will be seen, and they have been seen, as themselves having the potential to chill free speech if you don't have certainty over standards. If you have certain companies that might be looking at risk of entering this market, that might come into the calculation. So it's really important. I'd say it's as important that we have a little bit more clarity and certainty about standards here, and better communication. And that's not a criticism, but I think it's just a question of where we are in the cycle. We need some really good communication about the bill, and being very clear that I think the point made previously was an important one, that what we're not doing is establishing a set of uniform standards which are going to be implemented in uniform ways across these different services. But what we do have is what I think, Alan and the Oversight Board and all of the other bodies, either within companies or in self-regulatory bodies or users themselves, what they need is certainty about a standard of harm. So not only illegal content, but certainty of something that they can refer to, which you don't get a kind of market race to the bottom around, but the whole market can agree on a loose standard of harm. That process is going to take time, and there's going to be a negotiation at the different levels of the system. What's in the codes, how they're applied, and what an acceptable level of risk is. And the Ofcom will be negotiating with people who are subject to these codes. So that there will be a process, and I think we're a way off the sanctions yet, frankly, because there will be a series of warnings before those sanctions are applied. And hopefully all of that process will be transparent. People will report on it. It will be the kind of societal debate, not just moral crisis and moral panic to moral panic, which is what we've had, frankly, for the last decade or two, but a constructive debate with real sanctions, which has the capacity to change the business model, change the incentive structures in the right direction consistently over time and openly.
I think that the fact, pointing out that actually we don't want to be at sanctions straight away. I think that is really important. That again, it goes back to this point about the bill being about changing incentives, putting in place new processes, new forms of oversight. I think that is really important. But I mean, the question of sanctions is a difficult one. We've seen a lot of debate, for example, in the last couple of weeks, again, around whether or not individual executives should be held to account legally. I mean, I don't know, Alan, would you have any views on that? You're working, sort of alongside some of these individuals. You know of these individuals, the types of decisions they're having to make. So how would you feel about that, for example?
Well, I think what worries me in some of the discourse around this is that some of it seems to be motivated by people who just don't like the idea of social media. And that's a perfectly legitimate standpoint to take. Lots of people don't like social media, but we have to accept that 4 billion people do like social media. This ability that people have to express themselves that has never existed in history before is incredibly valuable to them. So yes, I'm all in favor of imposing sanctions and penalties and accountability on these companies. But the people who talk about these companies as publishers, as though they were conventional publishers that existed for 300 or 400 years, i.e. each Facebook director or Google director or Twitter director should be held personally responsible for any piece of the billions of bits of content that are published. Seems to me incompatible with having social media. These companies can't exist. And if you think these companies are too big, which I think is another legitimate point of view, and the only way that they can operate is therefore to have tens of thousands of moderators in order to protect the directors from being personally accountable, then you're setting the standard for new entries into this field impossibly high. Only the companies that are making billions in profit will be able to afford the kind of standards. So this is the problem with the debate, that these companies, we don't even have a name for them. We can't decide if they're platforms or publishers or what they are. And there are tensions here. So if you're going to make individual directors personally accountable for things, the risk is that they will become that they will have to spend millions and millions of pounds protecting themselves from that risk. And then you get into the danger that Orla says, and I'm sure she's right. Of setting in incentives for over moderating and removing content in order to sort of stay on the safe side. So that's the territory, which is not to say that individual directors shouldn't be held account. But the greater the perils that you place on individual directors, the more risk averse and the more expensive their processes will become, which will make it harder for any other company to come into this field.
No, I completely agree, and it goes back to that first point I think that was raised at the beginning. I think Damien was you sort of talking about the incentive structures that this bill will create, and if we create those incentive structures in the wrong way, we will actually end up potentially damaging freedom of expression, even whilst we see ourselves as upholding it. Okay, let's go to another question from the audience. I want to hear from Kate Jones. Does the bill adequately tackle harms which are not to specific individuals but to society? For example, attempts deliberately to manipulate elections. Maybe Ola, let's just start with you, because obviously you've had a vast array of different examples of harm to deal with and bring the bill to the stage it's at now. How have you weighed up this question about individuals versus societal harms?
Yes, I mean, excellent question, which I'm sure people could write long theses about. But I think the sort of important point here is we need to create a regulatory framework that has sufficient clarity for users and for companies and for Ofcom about what's expected. And I'm grateful we're not having long conversations about the definition of harm, but I do think it's important that there are very clear definitions in the bill of kind of what we're talking about when we're asking companies to assess the risk of something and take steps to mitigate that. So that's a sort of long-winded introduction, but in terms of some of the specifics, I think this most often comes up in the context of mis and disinformation, which are addressed in the bill. So the duties of care will apply to mis and disinformation where it meets that definition of harm to an individual. So that could be sort of health-related misinformation, for example, that might have a kind of detrimental impact on an individual. And obviously there might also be a cumulative impact there on society. There are also a kind of broader range of packages designed to kind of build understanding and awareness of how to address some of these really tricky issues. So a requirement on Ofcom to set up an expert advisory group that can look at things like how could greater transparency address some of these concerns, and also powers for emergency scenarios for Ofcom to kind of direct the use of media literacy tools and techniques. So I think there is ways of addressing it through the bill, but I think if to go further, you need to understand what harm to society is, I think.
No, I'm fully aware that, yes, probably people are writing long theses on this particular question, so it's not something we can expect you to give a quick answer on. Either Alan or Damien have to come in on that point. Do either of you want to say anything about the balance between these in the bill? Damien?
I'm glad that Kate Jones brought this up, because I don't think actually the bill does quite enough on these social harms. And, on the specific question of elections, what we've seen is, and let's think back to how the weather changed on all of these questions. It had a lot to do with alleged election interference and mis and disinformation. And my view is that those problems have not gone away. The elections bill, which is currently going through Parliament, for some peculiar reason, it seems to have prioritised voter registration and identification rather than the various things that the Information Commissioner's Office and the Electoral Commission have recommended in terms of things like a statutory code of conduct on political advertising and various other things that could have been done to promote fairer communications and update the framework that we had in this country to keep political advertising fair and clean. So I think more could have been done. But I can understand, excuse me, the strategic question to leave aside some of these more difficult issues, leave them outside the scope of the bill. But I think that there are still problems to resolve there. Putting a committee in charge of reporting after 2 years on this set of issues is not enough, and something could be done to strengthen that.
Damien, you need to go get a glass of water. You got one. That's good. Excellent. Alan, do you want to come in on this point as well, or do you want to go to the next question? No. Excellent. Again, I think a lot of discussion is flagging up for us that despite the ambition of the bill that we've got in front of us, it cannot do everything. And I think reminding ourselves probably this is an iterative process, and also that there are other frameworks of law and regulations surrounding this that can deal with some of these other issues is probably quite important. Okay, back to the questions. One here about innovation from Colin Hayhurst. Given the focus on social media in the scrutiny of the online safety bill, and noting that the user-to-user area has 2 tiers, but search engine tier has only 1 tier, is there a danger perhaps that, say, small search engines or innovation could be collateral damage, focusing on that sort of particular area? So yeah, how I think, you know, Alan, you mentioned before, for example, the danger of building systems here which only very, very large companies can afford to employ. You know, have we got the balance right on this, do you think? Do you think actually this sort of tiered approach is enough?
Well, I think that I don't want to repeat myself, but I think it is a danger that if we think, I know lots of people believe this, that the internet is now being captured by 2 or 3 tech giants, and we might want to encourage other people into that space. It's going to be formidably difficult to do that. But I think simultaneously to harness them with an enormous infrastructure of moderation and the kinds of responsibilities that come with publishing is going to make it very, very difficult for anyone to challenge these tech companies. I think, I mean, Facebook is clearly making huge sums of money, and probably is one of maybe just 2 or 3 companies that could afford significant extra burdens on the sort of content moderation front. I don't know if Twitter could afford to do that. I don't know enough about Twitter's finances, but I would have thought with even a huge company like Twitter, that would be marginal. If you then want to encourage innovation and get new entrants, I think we just have to bear in mind the kind of burden to entry that we might be imposing.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. Moving on to the next question. So we mentioned anonymity before. And I think there's a really well put question on this topic now from Demelza Penaluna. So whereas when I introduced this discussion about anonymity earlier, I suppose I was introducing it in the sense that we've seen calls for removing rights to anonymity online in the face of you know, our horror at what abuse, particularly political figures, can seemingly result in. But Demelza says anonymity is a tool used by survivors of abuse to return to some form of normalcy following abuse to prevent, for example, cyberstalking. How will the bill address these sorts of gaps regarding violence against women and girls? So I think there's two aspects. One is about, well, where should we sit on anonymity? It's both a tool that seems to encourage abuse, but may also be a way of recovering from abuse. And similarly, you know, does the bill need to go further to address issues like misogyny, for example, than it currently does? I don't know. Who would like to go first on that? It's quite a tricky one.
I mean, I can have a go briefly. I mean, the bill is not very prescriptive on anonymity per se, but there are a number of people who are saying it should be more prescriptive, and indeed that if you're looking for design solutions for service providers that can reduce risk without too much cost, removal of anonymity, which in theory should reduce the online disinhibition effect, would be a way of doing that. Now, obviously, particularly in countries which are less democratic, but also in this country, there are really important speech considerations to take into account, and this question of anonymity and for abuse survivors is, I think, a really important one. I think that there's a sort of question about whether they're between uniformly enforced anonymity and real names policies. There's something in the middle, which is, for example, if you have breached the terms of service repeated times for misogyny, for example, you might lose that right to anonymity. And I think whether that would be on the face of the bill or in an Ofcom code, or whether it is something that a service provider could take to say that they have implemented a design solution in order to meet their own duty of care. That's something that will I think be worked out. I think there's a separate issue of whether misogyny needs to be further criminalised, or whether the standards need to be changed, because as people will be aware, that there are various protected characteristics that lead to a higher standard of protection, for example, from ethnic and but being female is not one of them, but that I think would be an issue for a separate piece of legislation, and the Prime Minister has apparently made his views clear on that one.
Yes, very clear, unfortunately. Alan or Orla, do either of you want to comment on this question? Alan.
Just to say that the debate over anonymity online is an example of an extremely complex debate, and why I think lots of people have some nervousness about people rushing in to make decisions here. It's a very finely balanced one, but we'll understand the reasons why anonymity can be an essential tool for people who would otherwise be unable to express themselves. And so that's a very fine balance to judge, and I'm sure Ola and her colleagues have got their heads in ice packs trying to think their way through that.
Thank you very much, Alan. I'm going to take a little break just from the questions. I've got a couple of questions I might like to ask at the very end from our audience, but I just want to get the panel's views on one thing. So, quick comment perhaps from each of you. We've been really sort of drilling down into some of the sort of the quite messy details of this, and really exposing why this is such a challenging piece of legislation to bring forward, and why at the very least I think the UK government is being brave and ambitious in doing so. Alan, I'm going to ask all of you. I'm going to ask you a slightly different question, but just from Alan and Damien first. Could you give me just one quick comment on maybe just one factor that you think would really help to secure this bill's chances of success in really making a difference? What one thing would you recommend to the parliamentarians and committee members that are scrutinising this that you think would be a genuine improvement?
Reduce the Secretary of State's powers. Section 6, there are far too many, and he can interfere directly in codes, which from a free speech point of view is a no-no.
Fantastic.
I think a similar answer. I noticed Alder managed to keep a straight face while saying that Ofcom is independent. I mean, it is at the moment, and it's done highly valuable work. I think it's an excellent organisation. And for instance, in this whole debate about BBC impartiality, go back through the Ofcom report since 2017. Ofcom has never found the BBC to have failed its duty of impartiality. And you could see why that would irritate some people in government and outside, and why they would want to have influence over Ofcom. But if they're able to do that, if they're able to impose their choice as the chair of Ofcom, then it's not going to be independent. So if the whole of this bill is predicated on the independence of an organisation, the government should just accept that they can't control who chairs it or who runs it. It's just incompatible.
Yeah. No, absolutely in agreement with both of those comments. I hope somebody's writing those down. All a slightly different question for you, because of the position you're occupying. You are sort of by default, so working department, thinking you've got a product here which you're really, really proud of. If you were talking to colleagues in other countries who we know are looking at the UK's efforts here and looking to see how this pans out, what factor do you think that is currently in the bill is the one that you're sort of most proud of, if you like, that you'd be recommending to colleagues in say other European countries to consider taking forward themselves?
An excellent question. I mean, we are really proud of the bill, but I should say that we don't think it's the finished article, and that's why it was published in draft. So maybe that would be my slightly cheating answer is, these are difficult issues, and the more consultation you can do, probably the better policy you'll come up with. But I think beyond that, I do think if you kind of want to have meaningful change at the end of it, I do think it has to focus on the systems and processes and not try and kind of take vertical approaches to regulating individual categories of content, because I don't think it would be effective at scale, and also I think then you run into the big free expression issues.
All right, back to maybe a last couple of questions from the audience. Andrew Campling asks, do the panelists think that bills such as the Online Safety Bill would benefit if there was an overarching system of global internet governance that national legislation could augment? Alan, I don't know whether you want to go first. You sort of touched on this before when you were talking about the role of international human rights frameworks as underpinning some of this. But yeah, what about, is there a basis there for global internet governance, do you think?
Well, the short answer, yes. I mean, I'm a fan of international organisations and standards, and maybe some of them are under threat at the moment. But if you think back to the spirit in which the internet was born and the maybe over utopian ambitions that we had for what it could do internationally and globally. Are we at the point where we want to abandon that? I mean, we can imagine how all too easily how the internet could be balkanized, the World Wide Web could be balkanized, and you would have the Erdogan version of it, and the Imran Khan version of it, and the Saudi Arabian version of it, and the Putin version of it, and the Chinese version of it, and I think that would be a terrible failure and a terrible loss. So this idea of saying, well, we have international standards of free speech. Can we make the internet work according to those standards? It seems to me a noble, I would say, an essential one. And if it takes some kind of global oversight board to do that, I'm not talking about our oversight board, but an internet oversight board, that would be a wonderful thing to achieve. Let's imagine.
Damien, could you imagine a space like that as well?
You were kind enough to mention that I have a couple of books coming out at the beginning, and in one of them there is a chapter on this, not by me, by somebody from Canada called Bob Fay, who's kind of set out the question of global institutions. I think we do need institutions. There is a subsidiarity problem. We're talking about a variety of different standards, as I think the Facebook Oversight Board will be well aware around the world. But I would say that there have been a couple of comments about. Look at the book, look at the chapter, of course. I would say there have been a number of comments about global human rights standards, and I absolutely agree that in the global movement of platform governance, this has become a very important reference point. And you can think about bodies like the Global Net Initiative, who are much more oriented towards those kinds of standards. But of course, there's no direct read across, is there, from a set of human rights principles to how you actually institutionalize these very complex multi-level systems of governance, standards of harm, and so forth. So one of the things that I'm involved with at the moment, which I think is worth mentioning, is work at the Council of Europe, which of course is one of the leading bodies putting human rights standards into effect in terms of recommendations. And we have a recommendation that's about to come out on communication governance principles that really tries to join the dots and say, okay, if we're building these systems, what kind of standards of transparency do we need to implement? How should civil society be involved? How can you guard against various forms of capture? So, yes to human rights, global human rights principles, but there is additional work to do on just how to implement those, given the very wide range of realities, political cultures, and frankly, standards on democracy and the rule of law around the world.
No, you're right. We do use that, so the human rights approach, almost as a shorthand, I think, as it's clearly a values framework that could underpin a possible global internet governance approach. But you're right, it wouldn't be enough. I will look at that chapter by Bob Fay and see what more you can tell me on that. Paula, I mean, just from a practical point of view, obviously you've had, quite a free hand, I guess, in designing this precisely because of the absence of that sort of system. Would it have been helpful, do you think, if there had been something you could fall back on, a global approach, or maybe, more countries having led the way with other national approaches?
Obviously, on a personal level, the more that I could have copied, the better. I'm not sure that's the government position. I mean, I think international cooperation is really important in this area. You just have to kind of look at the nature of the companies involved. Equally, kind of, as you say, it's important that every country can kind of address these issues in a way that reflects its values and culture and systems of government. So I think kind of is a combination of ensuring that there's that continuing dialogue, and increasingly there are more and more fora and agreements at kind of multilateral level, which are really positive, and hopefully the online safety bill can play a part in sort of guiding some of that, while also looking at other areas. And some areas strike me as kind of more ripe for some of the stuff than others. Transparency, I think, is a really great example where there's broad consensus that transparency is a good thing, and probably quite a lot more work to do to kind of really pin down what that might mean in practice.
Thank you for that. I think we've got time for one last question from the audience here. So a question from Luke Impett, which is a question that I am really delighted to see asked. Asking companies to mitigate risks is certainly needed, but how should the bill sit alongside other public incentives or interventions, I suppose, aimed at changing harmful behaviours online before they occur, right? So I guess the question here is, tech companies need to provide processes, procedures, standards, etc., which aim to sort of minimise these harms. But at the end of the day, all of these are being committed by individuals. A lot of them result from sort of broader societal problems. So yeah, if we really are serious about dealing with these, what other types of intervention are needed to tackle individual behaviours? Quite a difficult one. Anybody want to think about that?
I mean, I guess what I can say is obviously the online safety bill is not a silver bullet to all society's problems, difficult enough though it is. And certainly, all the illegal content already exists in the framework of law enforcement, and that will continue. I think it is also important to recognise, though, that the problems exist, but the harm caused can be exacerbated by the design and operation of the platforms, and hence the importance of regulation in this space.
Yes, absolutely. So it's about the amplification, or for example, the scope and spread that's really focused on here. Damien or Alan, either of you want to chip in for one last brief comment on this? You don't have to. Alan?
No, I mean, I'm all in favour of holding individuals to account for what they're saying, hard though that is, and slinging them off or sin binning them if they are not prepared to act by the norms and standards that companies and users expect. That seems to me an essential part of a civilized world. It becomes, I think, it becomes more complicated, as we've been discussing for the last hour, when you start holding the companies themselves to account for the individual, what's bound to be an onward pattern of individual bad behavior. But there's no, I don't think anybody can possibly object to individuals themselves being held to account and being ejected when they behave badly, and some of that's happening already, but whether it's happening consistently and fairly is one of the things that we will be looking at.
Fantastic, thank you. We are about to finish, I think. So panel, any last literal phrase or comment that you would want, if we think about this as being informing the UK's response to the international IGF, what are the messages they should be taking forward on this? I mean, Damien, from you, I'm taking, proper political independence for the regulator, perhaps, as being one of the primary messages. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, and I think more civil society and more bottom up. Yeah. And I think, all I'm afraid, a request as well that the government can play its part in all of this in terms of how it actually describes and communicates communicates the bill. It's essential that this is something that people really get and they don't see as something which is being imposed by political fiat or indeed by Mark Zuckerberg.
Brilliant, thank you. Alan, last message from you.
Yeah, I just think, look, this is the beginning. This is going to take the rest of the century and maybe longer to sort out. Lots of people have been writing about Gutenberg and scurrying back to the 15th century and the political and social turmoil that happened when you allowed books into the hands of people. And this is that times 100. And the Online Safety Bill, the Facebook Oversight Board, all these are attempts to begin to answer this question. It's not going to be solved by next Tuesday or next year, or probably not in the next 10 years, but these are honest and decent attempts to try to get to grips with an amazing revolution.
That is very beautifully said. I think that's a great place to end. Orla, I guess for you, the message would simply be perhaps watch this space. I don't know.
Watch this space, but also please do keep talking to us. And if anyone wants to follow up, my virtual door is open, and I'm sure we can get contact details.
Wonderful. Thank you so much, panel. You've been absolutely fantastic. I know it's very difficult doing this online, but you've given us some superb insight, I think, into the really difficult issues that this bill is wrestling with so impressively. So, Damien, Alan, Orla, thank you very much for your time this afternoon. And I think we can probably turn you back to David, if I'm correct. Thank you.
To the panelists. I thought that was a terrific discussion and a great way to end the session. So here we are at the end of the day, the end of the forum. I found it a really interesting day, and I hope you have too. There's been a lot of really serious discussion about important issues affecting the internet and its interaction with our lives and our society. I'm going to summarize today's sessions in a minute. I think it's worth saying first, though, that I think we've demonstrated yet again, as we did last year, that it's possible to hold an IGF like this online in a way that adds real value to those who are participating. And the organising committee, of which I'm a member, will be reviewing how the last 2 days have gone in a few weeks' time. We'll try to learn lessons. We'll look forward to next year when I hope we'll be able to meet again in person. But I hope we'll also be able to continue to widen the audience for the forum by enabling really effective online participation and through the greater diversity of panelists and participants that we've had this year and last year. If you've got thoughts on this year's experience, we'd be glad to hear from you. So it falls to me to try and summarize the day, and I'm going to do this with highlights and observations that I've noted down. The event management team's also been taking full notes on the points made during the day, and I hope we'll share those in due course and build on them for the Global IGF. But these are essentially my highlights and observations. And we began the morning with a presentation by Ofcom's Group Director for Strategy and Research, Yi Chong-tae. He focused on two recent Ofcom reports, the Online Nation report, which looks at the country's internet experience today, and the Internet Futures report, which looks at the internet experience that's yet to come. And in his presentation and the Q&A session that followed, he noted in particular that, yes, 94% of households now have internet access, and internet use has accelerated in significant ways during the pandemic, not least in relation to education and work. But he also noted the continued digital divide and the dangers of digital and social exclusion that can arise from these, and indeed the danger that they can be exacerbated. He also talked about Ofcom's work in relation to online harms and the problems which its research shows that many people experience alongside the positives of internet engagement. We came back to that later in the day. And finally, he talked about the exhilarating pace of change and the unpredictability arising from that as people continue to adopt new technological opportunities and as businesses develop new ways of using the internet. This posed, he pointed out, regulatory challenges that reach beyond the issues in the Online Safety Bill. And he emphasized Ofcom's commitments to facilitating innovation, to targeted, transparent and appropriate regulation, and to collaboration with international partners. So then in the rest of the day, we had 3 sessions which looked at challenges concerning the internet's interface with society. That these are areas which are widely seen as posing problems as well as opportunities. And the first of those was concerned with cybercrime, increasingly important. And we had 3 introductory presentations on this. At a national level, we heard about police preparedness and activity, including support for crime prevention and protection against crime, as well as responding after crime. And initiatives here included cyber resilience centres that bring together policing, industry and academia. One issue that was stressed was the importance of enabling people to understand the threats they face in order to protect themselves. And there were some suggestions concerning this made by speakers, which may be of value to us in the audience and to others. We also heard of cyber dogs, which are not living dogs, which are living dogs, sorry, not something like K9 from Doctor Who. But at a global level, we also heard about discussions that are underway towards a UN cybercrime convention and some of the risks that may arise from that in relation to human rights. We heard about British efforts to build international cooperation and about the longer term experience on which that international cooperation could also build. One thing this revealed was the different perceptions of what cybercrime is and what it requires, including the ways in which challenges like ransomware affect both individual users and national security. And this requires, this was, I think, a theme that came across in a number of sessions, this requires better communications about where the problems lie, about their complexities, about what people can do about them. Another interesting suggestion to my mind was the potential for applying public health frameworks to cybersecurity. All of which raised the importance of debating where the balance lies between national security, preventing crime, and human rights. The third session of the day looked ahead to the COP26 summit, which is due to begin in Glasgow in a couple of weeks' time. And that session was called Greening the Internet. It followed on from last year's discussion of ways in which the internet interacts with energy consumption and climate change, and with other aspects of environmental sustainability, including pollution and the depletion of resources. We had an introduction here to the current state of play from Anna Yang concerning latest assessment of high levels of risk associated with climate change, which have been identified in the recent report by the International Panel on Climate Change, and also the prospects for the COP26 conference. And we explored the dramatic increase in data volumes and data transmission volumes and the potential impact of these on energy consumption. This includes issues of efficiency and the risk of rebound effects arising from efficiency, of transparency, including understanding the environmental impact of different business models, ways of enabling better power infrastructure, addressing issues of embedded energy and of resource depletion, big challenges in short, and again, communication, enabling people to know where they're consuming more energy and where they're not, where it makes sense for them to target their own personal efforts to minimize their contribution to sustainability. And climate change is, of course, only one part of sustainability. And easily measured aspects of digitalization, like data centers, are only part of understanding environmental impacts that are generated by digitalization. So our understanding and efforts to address environmental impacts need to be holistic and societal. They need to consider resource use and waste, as well as energy and climate. Michael Okier emphasized how this requires businesses to adopt sustainable design and business models, which build on long-term goals rather than short-term profit or convenience, and to consider the regulation required for that. But the session ended by looking further at systemic changes that are needed in economy, society, and culture, not just in the digital area. How optimistic are we and how pessimistic about that? And our last and longest main session of the day was concerned with the dual goals of freedom of expression and protection from online harm through the lens of the government's online safety bill. There's a complex set of issues here with a lot of nuance, a wicked problem, as Damien Tambini described it in the discussion, to which there have been a lot of simplistic observations made in public debate. In truth, there are no simple answers here. I was struck in particular by the observation that social media is now, for many people, the principal forum for freedom of expression, not just for reading news, as is often said, but for freedom of expression. And the relationship between freedom of expression and protection from harm is not therefore a marginal issue, it's a fundamental one. So the centerpiece of this discussion was the online safety bill. Orla McRae from DCMS presented this as being about setting frameworks for the sector with 3 objectives addressing 3 risks. So addressing criminality, protecting children, and protecting freedom of expression, setting frameworks in regard to these rather than intervening directly as government on specifics. Damien Tambini raised 2 particular areas of concern about governance aspects of the bill, the role and independence of Ofcom as a regulator, and the definition of harm, covering both illegal and legal content, which is harmful. He was looking for a complex system of co-regulation which has public trust, and that's not easy to achieve. And Alan Rusbridger noted the similarity between the issues concerning content which is legal but harmful, which are raised in the bill, and those which he deals with as a member of the Facebook Oversight Board, a board which he described as an experiment worth watching. And that seemed to me a phrase that might also be applied to the online safety bill. So that set the scene for a general discussion which focused on some of the complexities that are raised. To mention some of those were discussed, issues of regulatory independence and the extent of powers that the bill would give to government, the application of international human rights norms and specific issues related to these, such as anonymity, the need to develop standards for assessing harm to individuals and society, incentives for compliance, the potential and proportionality of sanctions that might be appropriate to global corporations and to smaller players, how to make such corporations accountable and to whom. So the messages from this event, from the various sessions yesterday and today, will be passed on to colleagues from around the world at the Global Internet Governance Forum, which is being held in Katowice, Poland, from the 6th to the 10th of December, but also online. I'm not yet decided whether I'll be there or not. I've attended every Global IGF so far since 2006, so it would be a shock for me not to go. And I've attended pretty much every UK IGF since they began as well. I think there are 2 big challenges these meetings face, and they're challenges which I think we've been pretty successful in meeting over the last couple of years. So one is covering a very broad range of issues about both the governance of the internet and the governance of the impact of the internet, so its relationship with society, economy, and culture. We focused a bit more yesterday on the governance of the internet, a bit more today on the governance of its impact. What's important at all, though, I think, is to recognize and address the real complexity of issues, opportunities and risks, understanding that they really aren't likely to be simple, straightforward, obvious responses to something so fast-moving and uncertain, and that therefore dialogue of this kind amongst different stakeholders is really important. And therefore the other challenge is to ensure diversity of views, experiences and perspectives, which is more than about being simply multi-stakeholder. I think the Global IGF is sometimes criticized for having the same faces fronting too many of its sessions, for having perhaps a multi-stakeholder, some of the like-minded. We try hard here at the UK IGF to bring in different voices with different experiences and different perspectives, and to facilitate discussion that's going to stimulate ideas. I think we've been able to do that again this year in difficult circumstances. I certainly hope you feel so too. That's partly down to the commitment of my fellow members of the organising committee, who I must say put in an amazing amount of time and effort into building a programme that we think will be worthwhile. So I hope you feel that's paid off, but it's also down to the commitment and enthusiasm of the chairs and panelists who've taken part over the last couple of days. Their contribution in debating this wide range of issues has been terrific, and I hope you'll kind of give them a silent round of applause. The same too for the organising, for others involved. So on behalf of the organising committee, I'd like to thank some other people who've done so much to make this meeting a success. Our event management team at Fleischmann Hillard have, as usual, been fantastic in helping us to deliver a great, what I hope has been a great event. The team at Nominet, who have backed the forum to the hilt this year, as they've done for many years. The providers of our digital platform, DigiLounge, the donors for this year's event, who've included ICANN, Donut, and the UK chapter of the Internet Society. And so finally, I'd just like to thank you yourselves for taking part. I'm glad to see quite a few of you still on board. at the end of the second day. I do hope you've learned something. I hope you found something to inspire you, maybe something to annoy you, but I hope you've also enjoyed the show. And if we can't see you again, or if we haven't been able to see you physically here this time, I hope we will be able to see you physically next year around, and perhaps some of you as well at the Global IGF in Katowice in Poland, again, either physically or online. So thank you very much again for attending, and for me, this is good night.